Well, welcome everyone to Mission Raceway Park for day number 2 of the 12th edition of Doorwarz here at the Titanium Strip. And we're going to make the first call for classes of the lane, Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Peden Industries, Junior classes. We need you guys to the lanes, Junior classes to the lanes. So once again, Peden Industries Junior classes, that's Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street. We need you guys to the lanes. Junior Street, we need you guys to 3 and 4, Junior Thunder and Lightning, and 1 and 2, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, Thunder and Lightning to lanes 1 and 2. Well, a full night of racing action last night here at Mission Raceway Park, qualifying for the West Coast Pro Modifieds, West Coast Outlaw classes, as well as Artex Racing Top Comp, Canada West Doorslammers, and pretty much every other class in action. We're going to see National Tire non-electronic and Rad Torque Systems electronic here ready to go for Well, let's try this again. The live stream heard me, but hey, there we go. That's a heck of a lot better. We need junior classes to the lanes, juniors to the lanes for Peden Industries. Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, Thunder and Lightning to lanes 1 and 2, and Junior Street. We need you guys to lanes 3 and 4. Thunder and Lightning to 1 and 2. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, and welcome to everybody here at Mission Raceway Park, as it is dawn. A very nice morning here, and should be a great day for racing action throughout the day as we get into eliminations for the West Coast Outlaw Series, as well as the West Coast Pro Modifieds a little bit later on in the afternoon, qualifying for the Canada West Doorslammers, and the Top Fuel Harleys coming up, as well as they're going to have their final qualifying sessions later on in the day. But once again, we need Peden Industries junior classes, Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning to lanes, well, Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to lanes 1 and 2, Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Well, we got our junior street competitors rolling into the lanes. We need Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning to join them in lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, you guys should be making your way to the lanes. Junior Street, you guys should already be there. Junior Street, you're going to go into lanes 3 and 4. Thunder and Lightning to lanes 1 and 2. Well, here we go with the first pair of junior street competitors. Richard over here in the TCS side of the racetrack in the 2016 Silverado up against James out of Surrey over there in the Nissan Pathfinder in the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco lane. Junior street, it's a chance to step up into full-size drag racing with full-size vehicles running to the 8th mile mark. Of course, these racers don't have their street license yet, so parent or guardian having to ride shotgun with them as they head down the 8th mile here at Mission Raceway Park. And it's Richard with the advantage off the starting line in the reaction time department. 10:06 with an 8 at 68 miles an hour. 1:07 light to a 2:52 light for James. 10:15 with an 8 over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. And they will set their elimination ladder based off of reaction times. So 2 qualifying runs this morning to try and get your best reaction time to see how you ladder up for eliminations. So our next 2 junior street competitors getting ready to roll up to the starting line as we've already had our first pair of the morning. Head down the racetrack, square body GMC pickup in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Sophia In the 1994 Ford Mustang convertible over in the Lordco lane, Sophia, one of the regular competitors in junior street action here at Mission Raceway Park. GMC's in, Mustang is in. 031 red for the GMC and a .320 light for Sophia. Going to need a little bit of work on that coming back for round number 2 of qualifying. 920 with an 8 at 76 miles an hour for the pickup in the TCS side of the racetrack. And Sophia going 10 at double O with an O, 71 miles an hour, 10 flat in the Mustang over in the Lordco lane. So Josephine over on the far side of the racetrack in the Chevy Silverado, the 07 Silverado, against another Silverado here in the TCS side of the racetrack as we continue to work our way through Peden Industries Junior Street qualifying round number 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. National Tire Non-Electronics. National Tire Non-Electronics, this is your standby call to the lanes. National Tire Non-Electronics, this is your standby call to the lanes. 036 red for Josephine in the Lordco lane. 1058 with the 3, 68 miles an hour for the single cab Silverado. 1121 with a 665 miles an hour for the Silverado, the crew cab in the TCS side of the racetrack. Taryn in the Blazer, TCS side of the racetrack. 1994 Chevy Blazer up against the Beaumont in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So an 097 light for the Blazer over in the TCS side of the racetrack, 1017 with a 9, 74 miles an hour. Over in the Lordco lane, 1071 with a 5 at 66 miles an hour for the Beaumont is Tyler, who was kind of the king of Junior Street last year here at Mission Raceway Park. Jerry's OK Tire, Zap Strap Racing Machine. Mid-90s Chevy pickup getting brought up to the line, turning on that top bulb and getting ready to try and take a stab at the tree and see what kind of reaction time he can put up. 004 on the wrong side of the Christmas tree. 004 red by 4 thou as Tyler getting to the stripe, 1096.6 at 64 miles an hour. And again, 004 reds. So 3 thou away from being perfect, but on the wrong side of the Christmas tree is the Dodge Magnum rolling up. It's our next junior street competitor rolling up to the line. And again, you got to make a certain amount of checkout passes before you can make your way down and do side-by-side runs in competition. So maybe the reason why these last two are going to take a trip down the titanium strip with singles is and the Dodge Magnum getting up to the line, and the Jeep Patriot looks like, by the looks of things, going to finish things off for junior street competition before they roll into junior Thunder and Lightning with junior dragster action. Well, it's clean and green on the start line, .626 on the tree. Getting down to the stripe with an 11.118 at 62 miles an hour. Your final junior street racer going to roll up to the line in the Jeep Patriot. So getting some help from the starter down there in the starting line just to make sure that they know where the first beam is to turn on that top bulb, and then going to slowly inch their way forward and flicker on the bottom bulb, is again continuing to learn the staging process and making sure that you're not going to deep stage or roll through the beams, as that'll give you no time if you do roll through the beams, and if you deep stage, it's going to rob little bit of ET, which might make for some gamesmanship in qualifying, is a little bit more assistance. There's the bottom bulb. Tree comes down. All the 1 second reaction time going to need a little bit of work, but understandable with only a handful of runs down the drag strip here at Mission Raceway Park. 11:67 with a 9, 60 miles an hour on the TCS side of the racetrack. And just like that, that's going to wrap up Peden Industries Junior Street, round number 1 of qualifying. We're going to get ready for Junior Thunder to roll on up next for their first qualifying session, followed by Junior Lightning. Again, National Tire Non-Electronics. We put you guys on a standby call for National Tire Non-Electronics for your first round of qualifying this morning. So Team on a Mission 50/50 tickets not being sold right now, but looks like around 11 o'clock they're going to be selling 50/50 tickets to help raise funds to support the team members going to the ET Finals at Pacific Raceways this year. The volunteers walking around from 11 a.m. to approximately 2:30 p.m. There's also going to be a ticket station set up a little bit later on in the day at the Junior Street Racers Pit. So attention in the pits, We need National Tire Non-Electronics, no box, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. No box, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Rad Torque Systems, Electronics, you guys are on standby. Electronics on standby. Non-Electronics, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Cadence and Dallas, your first pair of Junior Thunder competitors, as this is the entry-level division for Junior Dragster before we move up into the quicker category of class, Junior Lightning, where you age out at age 16 and move into the big cars, hopefully as part of the plan here, and into the JBS Equipment ET Series, as Cadence getting guided into the staging beams, and both crew members backing away from the respective Junior Dragsters and getting ready for the first pair for Junior Thunder. So an 074 light for Cadence in the TCS side of the racetrack. Gets to the stripe with an 889 with the 6, 73 miles an hour. 1334 for Dallas at 46 miles an hour, a .240 light. Going to try and work on shaving that down in round number 2 of qualifying is Bentley and Emily. Emily over in the Lordco lane, Bentley in the TCS side of the racetrack. As, again, second pair getting ready to roll up to the line. See adjusting the idle in the back of the carb as the pitch of the motors coming up before these young racers bring them into the staging beams and get ready for their first passes of the morning and to try and set that qualifying field, which again is set based off of reaction time. So trying to get your best light that you can here in 1 of 2 early morning qualifying sessions. Well, how about Emily? Talking about good lights, 003 on the tree, 3 thou away from being perfect. 917 with a 170 miles an hour, 896 with a 0 at 73 miles an hour for Bentley, getting the bragging rights to get to the finish line stripe and heads up friendly matchups in qualifying. Bentley going 101 on the tree and trying to get that reaction time to at least start with a 0 coming up for the second session, is getting ready for our next pair to make their way up to the line. And again, the crew chiefs in a lot of cases here in junior dragster competition. Dad out in front of the car, guiding them into the beams. Alex and Owen. Owen over in the Lordco lane. Alex in the TCS side of the racetrack. Both these families, multiple juniors in competition, and see some more of their family members coming up a little bit later on. And both racers taking a stab at the tree and, well, coming out on the wrong side of it. 076 red for Alex, .203, so a big stab at the tree for Owen, which unfortunately not paying off with a good qualifying ladder up at the top half. So Jack and Nate. Nate over in the Lordco lane. Jack is in the TCS side of the racetrack with the cool skull wrap on it. It looks like they're breaking out the starter motor as Jack's machine is going to need a refire, and it is back up and ready to go. It'll be brought up to the line here as signal to give it a hit of the throttle. So a family affair with the SP Global Containers machines on either side of the racetrack is they're going to at least have bragging rights on who's going to get the reaction time advantage and who's going to get to the stripe first here in round number 1 of Junior Thunder qualifying. .064 red in the Lordco lane for Nate. 140 on the tree for Jack. Is your next pair is already rolling through the water box and getting ready to roll up to the line. And again, comes time for eliminations. These racers going to dial it in just like we see in bracket racing competition, trying to run dead on their dial and put together a decent package. Again, all about reaction time and qualifying is Aston and Nash coming up to the line next. Nash in the TCS side of the racetrack and Ashton over in the Lordco lane. Both these young racers with multiple family members in competition. Of course, in other classes is multi-generational racing here at Mission Raceway Park and junior categories. Coming up with the next generation of racers here at MRP is both Ashton and Nash staged, and both of them green off the stripe as it is a .093 light for Nash, .147 reaction time. For Ashton over in the Lordco lane, and Ashton get to the line first, 11.780, 54 miles an hour, 12.898, 48 miles an hour for Nash. So it's going to be Hunter in the TCS lane, the BDL Auto, Super Steve's Tire, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings Machine, and Wesley in the Lordco lane. Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Lordco, Auto Parts, and the Badass Garage helping out Wesley over in the Lordco side of the racetrack is... Looks like in a few moments, and by the sound of some of the cars that are going to be coming up around the tower, we could be rolling into Junior Lightning here in the not too distant future. Easy for me to say. 056 light for Hunter in the TCS side of the racetrack, and Hunter's going to carry that out to the finish line with an 895 with a 273 miles an hour, 1178 with a 3 at 54 miles an hour for Wesley over in the Lordco lane. So Adam in the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts machine in the Lordco lane, and still got some racer information on the driver in the TCS side of the racetrack. Again, making everybody making their first passes as we see our non-electronics competitors already filling up the lanes. Again, you guys should be in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6, National Tire non-electronics. If you are not up in the lanes, you guys need to roll up there right now. So Grayson over in the TCS side of the racetrack is, I believe we have switched into Junior Lightning. So the quicker of the two junior categories, as you can hear by the pitch of the motors, the horsepower going up and the ETs going down. 209 light over on the far side of the racetrack gets to the stripe with an 891 with a 653 miles an hour, 935 with a 5 at 62 miles an hour for Grayson over in the TCS side of the racetrack. As again, run into the 8th mile, just like we saw from the junior street competitors, but these purpose-built junior dragsters, the go-karts of drag racing that started back in the early 1990s at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park in New Jersey, and then spread like wildfire throughout the NHRA division tracks all throughout the world, and again, have been a great stepping stone for many professional racers in the NHRA Mission Foods Series. Is getting guided up to the line right now. Aubrey and Adeline. Adeline in the Lordco lane. In the very bright KLJ Holdings, Alder Auto, Peter Moore World, SP sponsored machine. And Aubrey waiting to get guided up to the line there as the final adjustments being made over in the Lordco lane by Adeline's dad, Nick, is turning off the top bulb for Adeline. Adeline going .260 red, a 069 light for Aubrey in the TCS lane, 847 with a 4 75 miles an hour, 924 with an 68 miles an hour for Adeline in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Reminder, if you have any trouble hearing the speakers here at Mission Raceway Park, you can tune in to 92.7 FM. That is the radio station to hear the PA here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, you can tune in to 92.7 FM to hear all the lane calls and keep updated with the race day as it goes on and progresses a little bit further on into the afternoon. So again, tune in to 92.7 FM, the Mission Raceway Park radio frequency, so that you don't miss out on any of your lane calls as we go out and on throughout the afternoon and into the evening for all the racing action. Ryder, Judd and Black Appliances, Revved Up Energy Drinks, Stack Design and Construction, Snohomish County Excavating, and Netanya, the Peterson Fabrication Van Ross Services Rig Construction Junior Dragster over in the Lordco side of the racetrack, and Netanya 023 light, .969 light for Ryder in the TCS side of the racetrack, 1252 with a 1 at 50 miles an hour for Netanya, 1385 with a 0 at 49 miles an hour in the TCS side of the racetrack. So Paige going to come up to the line next, the Sasuke Ready Mix sponsored machine. As again, still juniors stretching around the back of the tower as we get ready to roll into National Tire Non-Electronics coming up after Junior Lightning finishing up their qualifying runs. So 0.576 on the tree for Paige as she'll get to the stripe with an 1183 with a 452 miles an hour. And it looks like that is going to wrap things up as we'll head into Junior Lightning coming up next. So Junior Thunder wrapping things up, and Junior Lightning getting ready to roll up to the line next. Again, the quicker of the two junior dragster categories is making their way through round number one of qualifying. Again, you can get your Doorwarz 12 merchandise, limited quantities available in the pro shop, and head on over to the Half Track Snack Shack to make sure to grab yourself something to eat. I believe they're still serving the remnants of breakfast from their early morning menu before they switch over to lunch, so make sure to head on over, check out the Half Track Snack Shack, and again, take a look at some of the cars that are going to be competing a little bit later on in the day if you're over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, spectator side. And here comes Junior Lightning underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge for their first qualifying session. So again, early on, you start out with Junior Thunder, and then you move on up into Junior Lightning. Starting to get down into the low 8-second, 7-second zone at 80-plus miles an hour. And again, running it down to the 8th mile, not the full quarter. For your junior competitors, brought to us by Peden Industries, which have stepped up in recent years and have really supported the junior division here at Mission Raceway Park. We thank them for their support. As Connor already pre-staged the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Lordco Panther Auto and Upholstery Machine over in the Lordco lane. Isabella, the Titanium Autogroup Quality Manufactured Homes junior dragster in the Lordco side of the racetrack. .010 light for Isabella over in the Lordco lane, and .064 light for Connor on the TCS side of the racetrack. Isabella 766 with a 9 at 86 miles an hour, 794 with a 572 miles an hour for Connor. As Abigail in the TCS side of the racetrack getting ready to roll up to the line, getting the crew member out in front of the car, flicking on that top bulb just to give the driver a better indication of where that first beam is so that they can bring him in. And again, stage it as shallow as possible. We saw in Junior Thunder, one of the racers flicking out that top bulb that actually helps out the reaction time a little bit. Rob's ET, and ET is what you're trying to get a baseline for here in qualifying and reaction time. What it's all about as well, as that helps set the field. Lincoln over in the Titanium Auto Group sponsored machine, the Lordco side of the racetrack. .044 light for Abigail, .056 in the tree for Lincoln. Lincoln can get to the line first, 787 with a 6 at 82 miles an hour, 794 with a 9 at 82 miles an hour for Abigail in the the TCS side of the racetrack. Is next pair already rolling into the water box. Jackson in the JBS equipment machine and the TCS side of the racetrack, and in the Lordco lane, Josh with the shark tooth wrap on that machine, ready to roll her up to the ready line. It's getting down to the final few pairs of junior dragsters as Josh is already pre-staged over in the Lordco lane, waiting on Jackson to roll up the JBS equipment machine. Well, Jackson, the wrong side of the tree, goes 035 red, 019 light for Josh. Not too shabby. Going to put Josh up at the top or near the top of the qualifying ladder is CL. And the Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Autogroup, Big Kids Racing machine on the TCS side of the racetrack, and Lexi in the Bowtie Ventures car in the Lordco side of things. Well, it looks to be the final pair of Junior Lightning, and one more car getting ready to roll through the water box. So Lexi turned on the top bulb. Here comes CL to pre-stage her machine. Now just waiting on CL to turn on that bottom bulb on the TCS side of the racetrack. .015 light for Lexi. 807 with an O at 79 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. 797 with a 481 miles an hour for CL as she's going to turn on a 163 light. Come back for round number 2 with the green light under her belt and try and take a stab at the tree for the next round to try and get up the qualifying ladder. Is Sydney coming up next with what looks to be our final junior dragster before we roll into National Tire Non-Electronic. Again, Peden Industries since 1974. Helping out here is they have been in business since 1974 and helping out the last few years here at Mission Raceway Park for junior division action. And Sydney going to be the last junior class racer to head down the racetrack for Q1. So an 022 light and an 836 with a 076 miles an hour. Not too bad of a package for Sydney. That's going to wrap things up for the Peden Industries junior classes. We're going to get ready to roll into National Tire Non-Electronics, their first qualifying session coming up in just a few moments' time. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Rad Torque Systems Electronic, Rad Torque Systems Electronic to lanes 1 and 2, Rad Torque Systems Electronic to lanes 1 and 2, and standby call for Peden Industries Junior Street, standby call for Junior Street for their second round of qualifying. So once again, box, we need you guys in 1 and 2, Junior Street, you are on standby. So junior classes here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as non-electronics and electronics, going to get 2 qualifying sessions before they roll into eliminations. And then in the afternoon, right around 1 o'clock, looking at our run schedule, Canada West Doorslammers is going to come out for their third qualifying session, first qualifying session of the afternoon for them. And that is, again, tentatively scheduled for 1 o'clock, followed by the first round of eliminations for Pro Modified. Pro Mod Bike has been shuffled in the order a little bit, so Top Fuel Harley Q3 going to happen directly after that, with Top Comp elimination round number 1 following them. So again, as we mentioned, an action-packed afternoon of eliminations for all classes here at MRP, as well as qualifying this morning for the junior divisions, non-electronics, electronics, all coming up here in the next little bit. Again, we've made the call for box to head to lanes 1 and 2. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. We need you guys in lanes 1 and 2, and a standby call for Peden Industries Junior Street to come back up for their second and final qualifying session of the morning. Just doing a quick test of the staging beams down on the starting line at the moment before we roll into the first round of qualifying for non-electronics. That is what currently is the delay. Just making sure everything is good to go there, as they're going to be rolling up with the first pair in just a few moments' time. $2,500 on the line both days for non-electronic and box competitors to see who can take out the win here for Doorwarz 12. And again, they're going to be in action tomorrow as well with a full day of racing and a second chance, as just mentioned, to get that $2,500 prize. And of course, big money on the line for pretty much all the classes here this weekend. $5,000 to win for Canada West Doorslammers, courtesy of Comox Valley Excavating and Paradise Homes, stepping up as the weekend sponsors. And then also getting into the action, Artex Racing helping out with Top Comp, $10K to win there in the Top Doorslammer and Top Dragster combo class that is running here this weekend, and $10,000 to win in Milron Truck Bodies Outlaw 275. And oh, let's throw in one more $10,000 win class. West Coast Pro Modified also $10K to win this weekend. So big money once more on the line, is again getting ready to roll into round number 1 of qualifying for National Tire Non-Electronic in just a few moments. Here we go with the first pair. Rob Monroe over in the Lordco lane, that wicked 1931 Model A. And Mike Render out of Chilliwack, just finishing off the burnout in the 1985 Chevy S10, the Fountain Tire, Fortin Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, AFD Lubricants sponsored machine. Is Mike with the LS Power Plant under the hood of the S10 and the supercharged big block Chevy, 414 cubic inches. Would say sticking out of the hood. There is no hood on Rob Monroe's machine. That is actually street legal. O22 red for Render, and Rob Monroe going James Bond on the tree, 007, and carries it out to a 561 with a 322 miles an hour. Is non-electronic and electronic racing to the 8th mile this weekend, 676 with a 6, and 99 miles an hour for Mike Render. And the TCS side of the racetrack, Barry Patterson, the 1965 Coronet from right here in Mission, up against another Mopar racer from right here in Mission in the 67 Plymouth Belvedere, Rob Hodgson with the 440 under the hood. Wheels up launch for Patterson, 065 light. Make that 065 red. 672 with a 6 for Rob Hodgson, 100 miles an hour. 622 with a 5 at 111 miles an hour is Barry Patterson. 065 red, and Rob Hodgson 038 red. So reds on either side of the tree. It would have been Hodgson if that was an elimination case, as he went red by the least. Is John Tabak, your defending Doorwarz winner in non-electronic, and Dave Shirk. John Tabak, 003 in the tree, 670 with the 5, 101 miles an hour for the little S10, and the Blazer in the Lordco lane, 694 with a 3, 98 miles an hour, 248 on the tree. Needing a little bit of work at the reaction time department is Veronica Hodson in the 69 Dart up against Jessica Armstrong from Chilliwack. The 75 Dodge over in the far side of the racetrack, Lordco Auto Parts lane. Little 318 under the hood of Jessica's machine in the Lordco lane, and she's going to go 011 red. Both racers on the wrong side of the tree, 003 red for Veronica. Oh, so close in the tree, and 011 red for Jessica Armstrong. Is Cody Plews bringing the Camaro up for Antle Towing. And Terry Hooksons in the 66 Nova in the Lordco lane. Blues going 049 on the tree. Houston's gets the 8th mile mark first, 752 with a 489 miles an hour, is an 886 with an 879 miles per hour for Cody Blues. As Walter Johnson in the 72 Chevelle up against Blair Criddle in the 1927 Ford Roadster over in the Lordco lane. Both regulars here at Mission Raceway Park. Walter out of Abbotsford. Blair from North Delta. .081 in the tree, 568 with the 618 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark for Criddle. Walter Johnson, 722 with a 7 at 95 miles an hour as it's Dennis Winton. The Lost in Time 66 Bel Air, 4-door Bel Air in the TCS side of the racetrack, and Kevin McCauley in his 1983 Olds Cutlass representing the G-bodies in the Lordco side of the racetrack. .025 red for McCauley and an .022 light for Dennis Winton. Not too shabby for the Bel Air, 659 with an O. 104 miles an hour, 744 with a 9 at 91 miles an hour from McCauley over for the racer out of Maple Ridge in the Lordco lane. It's Lorenz Schwartz in the 83 Monte Carlo. The Aero Coupe Edition, kind of. Not without the back glass, but with the more aerodynamic nose that they brought in 1983. And Keith Winterbottom over in the Lordco lane, going to be jamming through the gears in his 68 Camaro. Lorenz getting some help from the Titanium Autogroup above his speed shot for the racer out of Langley. Keith Winterbottom out of Maple Ridge in that 68 Camaro, the first-gen machine. A little bit of a bobble off the line for Keith Winterbottom, 604 with a 518 miles an hour, 652 with a 3 at 105 miles an hour for Lorenz Schwartz, an 090 light for Winterbottom, 024 on the tree for Lorenz Schwartz. As Eric Hansen out of North Vancouver is here in the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Richard Love. Love in the S10, the Mopar, and the TCS side of the racetrack. And the Broadway Mechanical Machine going to get an 010 reaction time. Not too shabby. 786 with a 487 miles an hour is a 782 with a 987 miles per hour for Richard Lowe. For the racer out of Soyuz is Al Proc, the Barracuda, and the TCS lane, and Brad Owens bringing out the 55 Chevy Bel Air. First time we've seen Brad in a little bit here at Mission Raceway Park with that high-winded small block Chevy. Regular competitor in the hot rod class. It's part of the JBS Equipment Summit ET series with their club. At least racing on the Summit ET series, or the, I should say the JBS Equipment ET series. Brad Owen, 003 in the tree, gonna put him high up the qualifying order. 609 with a 110 miles an hour, 620 with a 4 at 111 miles an hour for Al Proc. As it's Nick Barnhart out of Delta in the fox-bodied Mustang, facing off against Mal Patterson, the 68 Acadian known as Malfunction. Albion Tireland helping out Mel as the racer out of Maple Ridge up against Delta's Nick Barnhart with the Ford-powered fox-bodied Mustang, which is way more rare, say that 3 times fast, than you would think. Wheels up launch from the Acadian 640 with a 406 miles an hour for the racer out of Maple Ridge and the Lordco side of the racetrack. Nick Barnhart going 643 with a 6. 054 light for Mel Patterson. 037 light for Barnhart. There's Brian Heffel in the Chevy Vega, TCS side of the racetrack. John Vandeven over in the Lordco lane, the racer out of Abbotsford in the 68 Firebird going 061 red, and the Vega getting to the finish line stripe too to add some insult to injury. 599 with 915 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark for Brian Heffel for the racer out of Abbotsford, going 206 on the tree though, needing to work a little bit in the reaction time department. As John Vandeven going 061 red. Sylvia Hookstons out of Maple Ridge, 66 Ford Mustang, up against Neil Cutherson in the 97 Chevy pickup in the Lordco side of the racetrack. .019 red for Sylvia, .026 green for the pickup truck. 694 with a 5, 96 miles an hour for Cutherson for the racer out of Aldergrove, and Sylvia Hoopstons, 811 with a 2, 84 miles an hour, 019 red though. As Jim Stahl out of Tulalip, Washington, the 2000 Ford Mustang and the TCS side of the racetrack, and out of Quesnel, at 66 Chevy 2 over in the far side in the Lordco lane, getting ready to bring that machine up to the ready line. Both racers staged. 042 light for the Chevy 2 carries it through to a 623 with a 310 miles an hour, 710 with an 8 at 98.62 miles an hour for Jim Stahl for the racer out of Tulalip. It's going to be Ross Horwall out of Harrison Mills in the wagon, the Lordco lane. Brandon Piskachek is going to get to the stripe second as Ross Horwall, a 669 with a 0 at 99 miles an hour, and 840 with a 9 at 80 miles an hour for Brendan for the racer out of Burnaby in the Fox Body Mustang. As it's Falcon Fast coming up next, Dustin Hunter, the 1964 Ford Falcon up against Ross Walker in the 66 Chevy 2. Ross in the Lordco side of the racetrack, 2 regulars here at Mission Raceway Park. .029 light for Dustin Hunter as we're going to make the call now for Junior Street. Peden Industries Junior Street. We need you guys to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, that is Junior Thunder and Lightning. You are on standby. Again, Junior Dragsters on standby, but we need Junior Street to the lanes 3 and 4 in particular for your next qualifying session. So Dustin Hunter, 589 with a 9 and at 118 miles an hour. 029 light for Dustin up against Ross Walker going 062 in the trees. 644 with an 8 at 105 miles an hour. A little bit of a mop on the starting line before they give him the signal to start their burnouts for Del Northgraves and the 77 Nova. And the TCS side of the racetrack, and Giovanni Alperti out of Souk in the 86 S10. So Giovanni, one of our island racers, making the tow over on the ferry. And Del Northgraves, Mission Raceway Park regular, the racer out of Pitt Meadows. Small block Chevy power plants, a pair underneath the hood of both of those machines. Again, trying to get that best reaction time that you can possibly muster. 019 on the tree, red on the tree for Del Northgraves. 084 for Giovanni and a 608 with a 1 at 114 miles an hour. Del Northgraves 663 with a 402 miles an hour. Is again no box and box this weekend right into the 8th mile is part of their high dollar challenge series is James Taggart out of Winlock, Washington in that 1964 Ford Falcon. And Steve Erickson in the 2007 Ford Mustang, the GT500. A little bit of wheel spin off the line, but the Mustang's going to get to the stripe first. 612 with the 623 miles an hour for Steve for the racer out of Oregon. James Taggart, 672 with an 8 at 101 miles an hour. 011 light, though, for Steve Erickson. 074 light for Taggart in the Falcon as it's Craig Johnson. Rad Torque Systems, JCE, BC Scale Co. all on the side of the wagon in the TCS side of the racetrack. The Malibu wagon up against Larry Rodenizer. The 1946 Ford that we have seen out here so many times at Mission Raceway Park with the small block Chevy power plant called Old Yeller. Well, for Larry, 003 red. 2 thou away from being perfect, essentially. 3 thou, give or take. 597 with a 613 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 660 with a 101 miles an hour, but 009 light for Craig Johnson, and that is mowing down the tree, getting in as soon as you see 2 zeros at any point in the reaction time department. That is getting up on her at the starting line. As Lauren DeFore backing it up in the 23 T-Bucket Altered, the center steer machine. And Robert gets out of Kamloops in the 94 Mustang. Robert, a proud Junior Street dad, and getting to take out the shared family Mustang for a little bit of fun and non-electronics. And unfortunately going red by a big margin. 135 red for the Mustang and a 516 with a 533 miles an hour for Lauren DeFore in the big block Chevy powered Altered. 035 in the tree, not too shabby in the reaction time department as well, as it is going to be Chris Stone out of Mission, the TCS side of the racetrack, and Dustin Watt over in the Lordco lane, that Dodge Dart. And another Dodge Dart, the 68 Dodge Dart for Chris Stone out of Mission. Both racers going red. 620 with a 2 for Dustin Watt, and 616 with a 5 at 110 miles an hour for Chris Stone, who's also going to be in top comp competition. As Ed Hunter going to bring the 2015 Copo Camaro up to the TCS side of the racetrack. Get ready to stage that machine up against Derek Shirk, who has switched over to the 67 Chevy 2, the other car that they have as part of their Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop stable. Well, it's 027 red for Derek, and Ed Hunter going centerline hunting. 678 with an 800 miles an hour for Ed for the racer out of Linwood, Washington. Derek Shirk getting the lines first with a 545 with a 326 miles an hour. 027 red, however, on the tree for the Chevy 2. As Scott Winterbottom in the Lordco lane, the racer out of Langley in the 63 Chevy 2. Up against Daryl Tippy in the 1962 Chevy 2. Scott Winterbottom going right over to the edge of the Lordco side of the racetrack. 604 with a 714 miles an hour. 026 red. 672 with a 4 at 102 miles an hour for Daryl Tippy. For the racer out of Surrey, 059 on the tree for Tippy. 026 light red, that is, for Scott Winterbottom. So attention in the pits, we need Junior Thunder to lane 5 and Junior Lightning to lane 6. Junior Thunder to 5, Lightning to 6. For the next round of Peden Industries qualifying is Rebecca Powell going to get ready to bring the 67 Nova up to the ready line. Young racer out of Linden, Washington. So Rebecca going to do a little test and tune hit here in the Nova. Going to be making a full quarter-mile pull to try and get a run in here as we get ready to roll into Rad Torque Systems Electronic. So 593 in the tree, and off of it at the 8th mile mark is Rebecca Powell. Going to coast through the top end with 1505 at 55 miles an hour. The Lordco side of the racetrack, and just like that, we'll get ready to roll into Rad Torque Systems Electronic. And of course, Rad Torque Systems, a major supporter out here of drag racing, not only in the Pacific Northwest, but as well with Dallas Glen and the NHRA Pro Stock side of things. And Dan Provost and the gang from Rad Torque Systems based in Abbotsford, turning out some pretty high-quality, heavy-duty tools and helping out with drag racing here at Mission Raceway Park, as well as drag racing throughout all of NHRA and different sanctioning bodies, different series. So thank them for their support as we get ready for some electronic action to roll into the water box in just a few moments. So again, we've called Junior Street lanes 3 and 4. Junior Thunder, you need to be in lane number 5, and Junior Lightning to lane 6 is you're going to be next up after Electronics for your second qualifying hit of the morning. So looks like Adeline going to come up here and make a qualifying pass, her first official qualifying pass of the morning. One of our junior class competitors going to roll up here before we roll into electronics. So again, the reaction time is what sets the ladder here in the categories that include Peden Industries junior class action and non-electronic and electronics. So trying to get that best reaction time possible. And so we're going to see with Adeline here as they have cranked over the starter motor, and she's going to get a stab at the Lordco lane. Try and get a representative run in. So Adeline helped out by KLJ Holdings, Aller Auto, and Peter Moore World. Again, going to be running to the 8th mile mark. You can see the finish line cones at the timing lights down there at the 660-foot mark of the racetrack here at Mission Raceway Park in the Titanium Strip. So again, switching back into Junior Thunder mode for Peden Industries for this one pass before we get into Rad Torque Systems Electronics. So again, pushing the car back is allowed to turn out that top bulb, and going to have a second attempt to bring that car into the staging area. So as you can see, a little bit of something there in the starting line where when Aston tries to turn on the bottom bulb and keep the top bulb lit, the top bulb goes out and doesn't really look like deep staging at all. So going to take a quick look at that and push that car back into the water box, and we will see how things shake out there as we'll get ready to roll into Rad Torque Systems Electronics in just a few moments' time. So again, second qualifying sessions coming up for everybody after Rad Torque Systems Electronics, as they will head straight into eliminations a little bit later on in the morning / early afternoon here at this point, and then tentatively scheduled for around 1 o'clock, Doorslammer Q3, as they had 2 hits at the racetrack last night here at Mission Raceway Park. Another stacked field of Canada West Doorslammers competitors getting ready to tackle all the action. Pro Mod, West Coast Pro Modified, round number 1 of eliminations coming up directly after the Doorslammer qualifying session number 3, followed by Top Fuel Harley, their 3rd qualifying session. As here comes our first pair of electronics competitors, brought to us by Rad Torque Systems. So Nick Angelucci and Ryan Johnson. Johnson in the 69 Camaro and the Investors Group Nasty Fish Racing Machine, that beautifully presented Camaro. And Nick Angelucci out of Agassiz, the 78 Malibu. 355 cubic inches of Chevy power for Angelucci is racer out of Agassiz, already pre-staged, waiting on Ryan Johnson to bring the Camaro in. Over in the Lordco's side of the racetrack is our first pair of electronics competitors. You're allowed delay boxes in this category to kind of mess around with throttle stops, all that sort of stuff. And big time red. Like massive red for Ryan Johnson. 634 with a 9, 109 miles an hour. 684 with an 8 at 100 miles an hour for Angelucci. Is Silgo 016 in the tree. Wes Hendricks in the 68 Ford Falcon. Up against Jason Biscay out of Washington State. His small block Ford powered 68 Mustang with the cool looking center lines on it. 068 reaction time for Biscay. 150 light for Wes Hendricks. 651 with a 798 miles an hour for Biscay. 657 with an O at 104 miles per hour for Wes Hendricks. As Colton Morin So the mops out there in the starting line, just a little bit of fluid to clean up, not anything too major, and that has been dealt with, so we will get the next pair fired up and ready to go in the water box. So Craig Johnson getting ready to bring the wagon up, the Malibu wagon, to the ready line to face off against Lorenz Schwartz, his 83 Monte Carlo. Again, round one of qualifying for Rad Torque Systems electronic action. .009 light for Craig Johnson, 055 for Lorenz Schwartz. Schwartz going to get to the line first, 651 with an O at 105 miles an hour, 659 with an 8 at 101 miles an hour. For Craig Johnson is Rick Model out of Courtney. The 1969 Chevy Camaro, the Dart Block, 582 cubic inches, is kind of unloaded the tire there as the thing went to the right of the lane and runs it all the way through the quarter mile, even though he's only running the 8th mile. 549 with the 239 miles an hour, and that is going to do it for round number one of Rad Torque Systems Electronics. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to put a short standby call for no box. Short standby, so be at the ready for National Tire Non-Electronics as our first pair of round number two of qualifying comes up into the water box for Junior Street. And the cone's going to go out to help these young racers find the first staging beam, as again acting as a guide, is the first pair getting ready to roll in. So Jenna and Josephine getting ready to go head-to-head. Jenna in the Tahoe up against Josephine over there in the 07 Chevy Silverado. So, double or triple zip red, 6/10,000ths of a second red in the TCS side of the racetrack, an 084 light. For Josephine in the Silverado, 084 red, that is 1072 with an 8 at 66 miles an hour. For the Tahoe, 1065 with the 2 at 67 miles an hour, as these are racers that are yet to get their license, age 13 to 16, but with some parental or guardian supervision in the passenger seat. Allowed to take a full-size vehicle at least to the 8th mile mark here at Mission Raceway Park. So make the call for no box to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. No box, not electronic. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Q2. Box, you are on standby. No box to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Box, you are on standby. As the square-bodied GMC that just ran down the TCS side of the racetrack, 912 to 976 miles an hour, and 024 light, not too shabby the reaction time department. As a 018 red in the TCS lane for the Beaumont up against James in the Nissan, 1024 with a 468 miles an hour. In the Lordco lane, 1008 with a 2 at 75 miles an hour for Taryn. As your next pair getting ready to roll up to the line as we speak, and by the looks of things, going to be the final pair at least in Juniors Street, as two more competitors getting ready to make their way for single passes underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Sophia out of Kamloops, the Mustang, going up against the Silverado over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. How about trip zip on the tree for the Silverado, near perfect reaction time and 1/10,000th of a second from away from being our second quad zip of the race so far. 982 with an 870 miles an hour for Sophia, and the Silverado at 1096 with a 6 at 65 miles an hour, but very nearly getting our second quad zip reaction time of the morning, going double O, triple O, trip zip on the tree with a 1. So Addison in the 05 Magnum in the Lordco lane. So Addison 101 on the tree. Still continuing to chomp away down to that reaction time department. And getting to the stripe. 1170 with a 957 miles an hour. Richard coming up to the line next. The Pro Power Management 2016 Chevy Silverado. So Richard making his pass down the racetrack. 128 light, 1015 with a 4 at 68 miles an hour is going to finish off his run. And the Jeep coming up to the ready line next. So Jacob coming up to the line next in the Jeep Patriot in what looks to be the final car in round number 2 of qualifying for Peden Industries Junior Street. As the next time they come up to the line, it's going to be for eliminations. They're going to get paired up and ready to go for their first race eliminations runs of the weekend. So Jacob turning on that bottom bulb, and there he goes down the TCS side of the racetrack. 115 light. Carries her all the way through to the top end. 1165 with the 161 miles an hour. And hey, we got some people up here from the Hard Knox Stunt team, and I believe they're going to be doing some drift ride-alongs that have already started, well, once they get some people down there. That are going to be benefiting the Variety Children's Charity of BC, as well as some other good causes here at Mission Raceway Park. And how can people get over there and get themselves a ride in one of these drift cars throughout the rest of the day and throughout Doorwarz?
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, they're set up down there right beyond the Lordco sign. You see the Hard Knox guys. You'll find them. There's a tent down there. Just cruise on through. It's $40 for a ride. All you go into charity, you have a chance to win yourself a Red Dragon hoodie and hat, and you'll get a raffle ticket as well. Action Tire sponsoring these guys for these ride-alongs. And you can head on down there all day. We're going to be doing that all day long, and they're going to be doing a demo here down here in 1 hour right around the the bridge right over here, and we're going to see these guys do their tricks. So a bunch of movie stuntmen will tell you who they are when they get here, and we'll talk all about it in just a little while.
All right, thanks to the Hard Knox Stunt team. And again, make sure to head on down to the far end of the drag strip and the Lordco side of the racetrack down to the road course pit area. $40 you get to ride shotgun in one of the Dark Lotus Drift Team drift cars, and it is going to be an exciting ride, and only $40, and all of it's going to go to charity to help out the Variety Children's Charity of BC. So going to a good cause again if you want to make the walk down there, just past Lordco Auto Parts scoreboard. On the spectator side of the racetrack, there's going to be drift ride-alongs. They've already started up, so they're going to be doing those from 11 to 8 p.m. tonight, so make sure to make your way over there. First pair of Junior Thunder rolling up to the line for their second qualifying round. Bentley and Nash getting ready to roll in, and racers from the age of 5 can get into one of these junior class cars. Is Bentley 141 on the tree, 114 for Nash on the tree in the reaction time department. 895 with the 2, 73 miles an hour for Bentley. Nash a 1297 with the 5 at 48 miles an hour. So again, working our way through Q2 here in Junior Thunder action. 061 light for Emily over on the far side of the racetrack. 922 with a 4 at 69 miles an hour. Dallas, 1359 with a 4 at 46 miles an hour in the TCS side of the racetrack. So how about Cadence over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane here in qualifying? Goes trip zip on the tree, 4/10,000ths of a second away from a perfect reaction time, an 880 with a 0, 73 miles an hour. As again, making our way through Junior Thunder qualifying, and man, that's going to be pretty hard for Cadence, as she's going to be at the top of the qualifying order. And if anybody wants to get that #1 spot here in Junior Thunder, they're going to have to go down, well, about 1/10,000th of a second better on the tree. So Alex, the TCS side of the racetrack, getting brought up to the line right now. The Global Container Machine is... We'll have some Junior Lightning action coming up here. About 4 or so more pairs. Junior Thunder back in the staging lanes. As again, no box. No box. We made the call that you guys need to be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Box, you guys are still on standby, so no box lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 112 light over in the Lordco lane, 341 light for Alex in the TCS side of the racetrack, 1196 with an O in the Lordco lane, 1210 with a 2 on the TCS side. So Wesley coming up next in the Fountain Tire Chilliwack Sea to Sky Lordco Badass Garage sponsored machine, and Nate over in the Global Container SP sponsored racer. So both racers in, tree comes down, 080 red for Wesley, and 029 red for Nate. And if that was eliminations, Nate would get the win as he went red by less. 890 with a 6 at 71 miles an hour, 1187 with a 9 at 53 miles an hour for Wesley as your next pair underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. And a reminder that Team on a Mission going to be selling 50/50 tickets to help raise funds to support team members going to the ET Finals at Pacific Raceway. There's going to be volunteers walking around from 11 a.m. to around 2:30 p.m. There's also a ticket station at the Junior Street Racers pit. So Junior Street Racers, there is going to be a ticket station set up with them. They just went down the racetrack for Peden Industries. As... Again, you can make your way over there, get your Team on a Mission 50/50 tickets to help Team on a Mission get down to Pacific Raceways for the Division 6 ET Finals. This year, again, held down at Pacific Raceways just outside of Kent, Washington. Jack and Adam. Jack, Global Container Machine. Adam, the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Junior Dragster, and the Lordco side of the racetrack. .018 red for Jack. 011 on the right side of the Christmas tree for Adam. Adam, an 879 with a 2, 55 miles an hour. Jack, 1416 with a 0 at 43 miles an hour. 172 light for Aubrey, one of our U.S. visitors this weekend. Judd and Black Appliance is helping out Aubrey, an 852 with a 7, 75 miles an hour, 1199 with a 5 at 54 miles per hour for Adeline in the TCS lane. I should have said Ashton, because Adeline's up next. KLJ Holdings, Alder Automotive, and Peter Moore World helping out. The young racer getting guided up to the line by Dad, and Natanya also getting guided up to the line by Dad. Over in the Lordco lane, new to her junior dragster for this season. Well, Adeline 003 red on the tree, 079 light for Natanya in the Lordco lane. You can see the smoke rising from the drift ride-alongs. Again, you make your way down to the far end of the grandstands. Way down there, way past the Lordco Auto Parts scoreboard on the spectator side. Where the smoke is rising, that is where the drift ride-alongs are happening. For Variety, the BC Children's Charity. Again, those are for charity. And again, $40 gets you in the passenger seat of a drift car for a pretty spectacular ride-along with all the proceeds going to charity. And a big thanks to everybody helping out with that. And I know the Hard Knox Stunt team going to be back up here and putting on a stunt show well, I think we're scheduled for about an hour's time, around 12:30. So that action is going to be happening right up here around the starting line at Mission Raceway Park underneath of the Lordco Bridge. So make sure that you're in place for all of that action. And again, if you're waiting or need to take some time out while we get through some of the early qualifying rounds, make sure to head on down to the far end of the drag strip on the Lordco side in the shutdown area for the Hard Knox Stunt team's drift ride-alongs that are going to be happening for charity. Attention in the pits, Rad Torque Electronic. Rad Torque Electronic, we need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Rad Torque Systems Electronic, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. And no box, you guys should already be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you're not there already, you're running a little bit behind the program. So just a heads up on 50-50 that we were talking about is pause for burnouts. Last year, the takeaway was for the winner was over $2,000. The stationary booth for the tickets is halfway down the first set of the pit area along the fence on the TCS side of the racetrack. So make sure to get your team on a mission 50-50 tickets. Again, last year, the take-home prize was around $2,000, so you don't want to miss out on that. The stationary table set up, just around the 8th mile mark over here on the TCS side of the racetrack, around the 330-foot mark along the fence line, is Josh making the toe down from the north of the province, the Indigenous Travel, Lordco, Crystal Glass Midnight Paint Machine, and Isabella in the Titanium Auto, Quality Manufactured Homes, Junior Dragster, and the Lordco side of the racetrack. So I believe we have moved on in to Junior Lightning. 015 red, that is, for Isabella. 033 on the right side of the tree for Josh. As Abigail coming up to the line next in the TCS lane, the Lordco side of the racetrack. Connor, the TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Lordco, Panther Auto and Upholstery sponsored machine. Abigail in the White Lightning Racing, Lordco, Walco, TNT, Pioneer Truck and Trailer sponsored junior dragster. As getting ready to send it into the beams. Abigail, Trip, Zip, Red. 760 or 796 rather with a 981 miles an hour. 793 with a 175 miles an hour for Connor. as Lincoln and CL going to line up next. CL in the Lordco lane, Lincoln the TCS side of the racetrack. Both with fathers in competition in other classes here this weekend at Mission Raceway Park. Big Kids Racing, Titanium Autogroup, Rad Torque Systems helping out on CL's machine. CL coming over from the island, and Lincoln in the Titanium Autogroup, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, JS Power Sports, Junior Dragster, again moving into Junior Lightning, the quicker of the two Junior Dragster divisions, and their second and final qualifying passes of the morning. .074 red for CL, .021 light for Lincoln, 789 with the 782 miles an hour, 794 with the 781 miles an hour for CL. Lexi and Sydney. Sydney coming up from Washington State, getting helped out by a Little Bit Dramatic, Ost Automotive, and Creative Chassis, as Lexi and the Bowtie Ventures sponsor Junior Dragster in the TCS side of the racetrack. As it looks like, just one last car to roll underneath of the Lordco Bridge here in Junior Lightning qualifying session number 2 is Lexi's pre-stage, waiting on Sydney to bring it in. .073 red for Lexi and .018 red for Sydney as they'll run it out to the stripe. Both 839 with a 9 for Sydney and 807 with an 8 at 80 miles an hour for Lexi. As Jackson going to be the final Junior Lightning competitor to head on up for qualifying session number 2, where we roll into non-electronic qualifying session number 2 for National Tire. So Jackson got it up to the line. We'll see what our final Junior Lightning racer can do here in their final qualifying session before rolling into eliminations. Of course, getting laddered up based on the reaction time. So Jackson looking to try and take a shot at the tree there in the JBS equipment machine and try and get up the qualifying ladder. Flickering on the bottom bulb. Taking a stab at it and going big time red. 286 red. And gets to the finish line with an 891 with a 576 miles an hour for Jackson. And that is going to round out qualifying for your Peden Industries Junior competitors, as we'll get ready for National Tire non-electronic coming up next. And yeah, let's get another word again from our Hard Knox Stunt team gang. And of course, we mentioned Carl up here from Hard Knox Stunts is going to be hanging out here in the tower, kind of coordinating things a little bit. But the stunt show that we mentioned at 12:30, what can the fans expect to see from the Hard Knox Stunt gang here at the start line?
Well, you can see all that rubber down underneath the bridge there from them practicing all week, looping around, trying not to hit those concrete pillars. If you hit the concrete pillar, you get sent home immediately. Knock that bridge down, you're definitely not coming back. You can see the smoke down at the far end down by the motocross track across from the motocross track. They're down there doing their drifting. Head on down, $40, credit card or cash, all for charity. Get yourself a ride in the drift car, rip around out there for a bit. It's pretty exciting. My kids went in there last couple weekends ago, and you'll love it. So get on down, Hard Knox Stunts Drift, right down by the, what is it called? The Action Tire Tent. Look at that little van. That's cool. And yeah, I grew up here at the motocross track. My first time at drag racing, so it's pretty exciting to watch. And we'll see the next class coming up here in a second. So 12:30 at the stunt show, right down here behind the start line.
Awesome. Thanks, Carl. Looking forward to it as always. They're going to have multiple shows throughout the afternoon and into the evening here at Mission Raceway Park as part of the special event program. But again, $40 for a drift ride along. You can see where the wisps of smoke are coming from. So if you want to make the excursion down to the top end of the shutdown area, the drag strip and the Lordco Lane, make sure to head on over there and get a drift ride for charity happening all day until 8 p.m. tonight. So plenty of time to check out all the action. You're going to get a taste of what you could be in for here at approximately 12:30 with the drift ride along as we continue through the drag racing program here for Doorwarz, day number 2 for the 12th edition of Doorwarz at Mission Raceway Park, the Pacific Northwest's largest door car drag race, and great to have such another stacked field of competitors and cars in the pit area here this weekend. Look forward to round number 2 of qualifying coming up for National Tire Non-Electronic. So getting ready for round number 2 of qualifying for National Tire Non-Electronic. Of course, going to the 8th mile mark. You can see the finish line again marked by the cones down there at the top end. Rob Monroe in the 1931 Model A, the supercharged small block Chevy. Over in the Lordco Lane, and I think street legal, and on the quarter mile was running deep into the 8-second zone last night at just a tick under 150 miles an hour up against a strip teaser Malibu. Pretty decent reaction times both sides of the racetrack. 0:44 light for Rob Monroe and 0:30 light for the Malibu is Cody Plews going to come up to the ready line next in the TCS side of the racetrack. The 1995 Chevy Camaro going to face off against Walter Johnson out of Abbotsford in the 72 Chevelle, the LS-powered machine, the racer from Abbotsford. 108-mile house is where Cody Plews calls home, making the tow down from the north of the province. 078 red for Walter Johnson, .222 on the tree for Cody Plews. So going to rely on round number 1 of qualifying for his best reaction time. Brad Owens, the 55 Chevy Bel Air, that's a regular in the hot rod category as well as pro class competition with the JBS Equipment Summit ET Series, small block Chevy Power. And Eric Hansen, the Broadway Mechanical sponsored Mopar over in the Lordco Lane in the Dart. .003 for Brad Owens, and I believe that is back-to-back qualifiers where Brad Owens is at a .003 light. 609 with a 5, 111 miles an hour to the line is Eric Hansen. The Mopar, 783 with the 7, 87 miles an hour, 026 on the tree is Daryl Tippy out of Surrey, the Chevy 2 for Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies. Bringing it up to the line up against Barry Patterson and the Dodge Cornet. With, of course, Mopar power. I'll actually pronounce Mopar correctly there for the second time around. Barry from right here in Mission. Barry going red. 125 red. Big time red in the Lordco lane. 672 with the 501 miles an hour for Daryl Tippy. 019 on the tree. 624 with the 711 miles an hour for Barry Patterson. It's going to be Kevin McCauley out of Maple Ridge. The old school Cutlass. The 83 Olds Cutlass going to face off against Mike Render in the 85 S10. For Fountain Tire, Fortin Auto, Lordco, and AFD Quality Lubricants. Both racers pre-stage. McCauley's in. Render's in. 066 light for Render, 092 for McCauley, who went red in round one of qualifying. The TCS side of the racetrack, 752 with an 8, 91 miles an hour. Gets McCauley there second to a 680 with an 8. At 99 miles an hour for the little LS-powered S10 is Nick Barnhart in the Fox-bodied Mustang, facing off against Dustin Ward out of Renton, Washington, in the Dodge Dart. Well, both reaction times starting with the 0. That's a good sign. 020 on the tree for Dustin Ward. 030 light for Nick Barnhart. 621 with an 8, 110 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark. 637 with the 0, 107 miles an hour for Barnhart in the Mustang as it's Jessica Armstrong getting ready to roll up to the line next in the 75 Dodge, and Brendan Piskacek out of Burnaby. Motoring Canada. Fox-bodied Mustang, the 1990 Ford Mustang, small block Ford power. 011 on the tree for Jessica, 038 light for Brendan. So an 845 with a 6 for Brendan. 861 to the 9 at 80 miles an hour for Jessica Armstrong. It looks like the mile an hour sensor out on the Lordco side of the racetrack, so holding off this next pair as they're going to get the signal to roll it in. This looks like the sensor coming back to life, as far as we can tell. Dennis Winton out of Abbotsford, 66 Bel Air, small block Chevy powered for the Lost in Time machine, and Jim Stahl out of Tulalip, Washington, the 2000 Ford Mustang that put down a pretty solid pass in round number 1. 1/10 red on the tree for Dennis Winton. 043 light for the Mustang of Jim Stahl. 734 with a 6, 98 miles an hour for that clean machine. 742 with a 5 at 85 miles an hour for Dennis Winton. As your next pair is in the water box and getting ready to go here, is have a quick check of that sensor down there, as it did work, but saying that the sensor is in fact out for the mile per hour side of things. So just going to have a track official take a look at that at the top end. You can see them messing around with the mile an hour sensor, just making sure that that is good to go down there in the Lordco lane. And then we'll move on with the next pair that we already have in the water box. Rob Hodgson out of Mission, that 67 Plymouth Belvedere, and the 70 Plymouth Cuda for Al Proc. So it sounds like they're actually going to have to get in there and fix the photo cell that is actually part of the sensor down there at the 8th mile mark. So that is what has actually backfired, not a computer glitch. So going to have to get the wrenches out and play with it down there in the 8th mile mark to get the mile an hour sensor working. So a little bit of downtime here while they try and get that manipulated back into working conditions so that we can have the mile an hour readout, as they'll back out this pair that is currently in the water box and get ready to bring them back up to the line just as soon as we get that 8th mile per hour sensor backed up and ready to go. Of course, you can make your way over if you're on the spectator side of things. Check out all the cars that are here in the pit area, as well as some of the Pro Modified competitors, the feature class cars that are going to be coming up a little bit later on in the program that are starting their eliminations, of course, with the exception of the Top Fuel Harleys, as well as the Canada West Doorslammers. They're going to be in qualifying mode for the rest of the day today, with 2 more sessions for both of those categories. As again, a little bit of downtime to fix that 8th mile of Sensory. You can also make your way over to the half-track snack shack, get yourself something to eat, early lunch, as well as get the very few remaining pieces of Doorwarz merchandise available in the Pro Shop, as well as quite a lot of other cool souvenirs they have up for grabs. That is right across from the half-track snack shack here at Mission Raceway Park. A big thanks to the Titanium Autogroup here, helping out once again with the naming rights sponsorship on the drag strip, the Titanium Strip. Titanium Autogroup sales and lease. Get approved now with good, bad, or even ugly credit. You can head to the Titanium Autogroup, their website at the titaniumautogroup.ca for more information. A big thanks to our scoreboard sponsors, TCS Torque Converters, Transmission Products, and Torque Converters. And right here in the Lower Mainland since 1968, as well as Lordco Auto Parts with over 100 locations across BC. Go to lordco.com to find the nearest Lordco location to you to help you out with all your high-performance needs. So here we go, Rob Hodgson. The TCS lane, going to face off against Al Proc. Proc looks like rolling through the beams. So he is not going to get a time. And Rob Hodgson goes nowhere, going to back it out. I believe going to get a reset there as again Al Proc. You can see the car kind of lurch through the beams, so no reaction time and no time as Al's going to coast his way down the racetrack and try and make his way past the first turnoff after the nice Saturday morning drive for the Barracuda over in the Lordco lane. And Rob Hodgson, who's a regular competitor in hot rod class action here at MRP in the Belvedere. 440 under the hood for Rob that usually finds his car in the 10-second zone in the quarter mile. Of course, switching over to the 8th mile this weekend here for Doorwarz as we wait for Al Proc to clear off at the top end. You can see he's almost made his way down to the first turnoff. Well, Al Proc has finally made it to the turnoff. Here comes Rob Hodgson. Attempt 2. Now a single. And a 006 reaction time. Well worth the wait for Rob Hodgson, who carries it through to the 8th mile mark with the 681 with a 0-100 miles an hour. John Van Capel going to come up to the line next for the racer out of Quesnel. The 66 Chevy 2 going to go up against James Taggart, another out-of-towner from down south, and Winlock, Washington. The 64 Ford Falcon for Airport Glass, DRG Fencing, Gearbox. Three-time Real Street champion for James Taggart, running in non-electronics this weekend. 009 red in the tree for the Falcon, James Van Capel. John Van Capel. Go through all the J names. 624 the 409 miles an hour for John Van Capel. As Steve Erickson out of Oregon. Ross Hornall out of Harrison Mills. Getting to the line, 670 with a 6. A .364 reaction time, though. Not exactly what Ross was looking for. 049 red for Steve Erickson in the 07 Shelby GT 500 Mustang out of Oregon. 590 with a 923 miles an hour to the 8th mile. Larry Rodenizer out of Langley, the old yeller. Lordco Auto Parts, 46 Ford up against Dustin Hunter. James Bond red for Hunter, 588 with an 8. 118 miles an hour. 6001, 114 miles per hour for Rodenizer. With 171 reaction time. Richard Love out of Soyuz. Reflections Guest House. SS Motorsports. Sponsored Chevy S10 and Veronica Hodgson out of Mission in the 1969 Dodge Dart that's regular in ET Series action at Mission Raceway Park. Richard Love, who also frequently makes the tow from the interior. Red lights a pair. 019 red for Veronica. 057 red for Richard Love. 751 with a 5. 89 miles an hour for the Dart. 790 with a 3. 89 miles an hour for Richard Love. As Brian Heffel out of Abbotsford coming up next in the Vega in the TCS lane. And Blair Criddle from North Delta, the 27 Ford Roadster for Precision Performance. 015 light in the Lordco lane, 569 with an 817 miles per hour for Blair Criddle, 593 with a 616 miles an hour for Brian Heffel. As it's Mal Patterson, the Albion Tireland Malfunction 68 Acadian with a little big block Chevy assistance up against John Tabak, who went quad zip reaction time wise. That's .0000 on the tree last time he was up for the racer out of Maple Ridge. 027 on the tree this time at Lordco Lane, and 016 light from Al Patterson. 641 of the 506 miles an hour in the TCS side of the racetrack. 672 at 101 miles an hour for John Tabak. Is Ross Walker going to bring the Chevy 2 to the ready for the racer out of Langley, and Lorenz Schwartz also out of Langley, the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, 83 Monte Carlo. 427 Chevy for Ross Walker in the Chevy 2, getting ready to roll her up and turn on that bottom bulb as Lorenz Schwartz is in. Here comes Ross Walker. 017 light for Lorenz Schwartz, and 091 for Ross Walker. 651 with a 7. 105 miles an hour for Lorenz Schwartz. 647 with a 7. 105 miles per hour for Ross Walker. And Del Northgray is going to bring that 1977 Nova up to the ready line to face off against Terry Hoogstens in the 1966 Nova. 11 years of separation in Nova. between the two of them. Small block Chevy for Del Northgraves. We're out to 414 cubic inches. Terry Hoekson's with 383 cubic inches of Chevy power for the Nova out of Maple Ridge over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. .056 for Hoekson's, 134 on the tree for Northgraves. Northgraves gets there first, 668 with a 402 miles an hour, 774 with the 2, 88.57 miles an hour for Hoekson's. As John Van de Ven out of Abbotsford, the 68 Firebird, going to face off against Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge Dart. 440 under the hood for Stone. 013 red for Stone. John Van de Ven going 040 red, 652 with an 805 miles an hour, 618 with a 1 at 109 miles an hour for Chris Stone, who also going red on his side of the racetrack down the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. Is Dave Shirk going to bring the 86 Chevy Blazer up to the ready line for the Titanium Auto Group. Dave coming to us out of Kelowna and facing off against Sylvia Hoekson's 66 Ford Mustang, a little 302 under the hood for the racer out of Maple Ridge. .055 red for Shirk and 138 reaction time for Sylvia Hoekson. Shirk getting to the stripe first with a 693 with a 5, but red lighting away that one. 98.25 miles an hour is a 809 with a 3 at 84 miles an hour for Sylvia Hoekson's. Is Robert Getz taking his turn behind the family's 1994 Ford Mustang. The convertible up against Giovanni Alperti from Souk, the 1986 Chevy S10 with a small block Chevy. Having to do a little bit of driving there with the S10 pickup, 581 with a 921 miles an hour for Giovanni, 978 with an 871 miles an hour for Robert Getz out of Kamloops in the Mustang. Scott Winterbottom coming up to the ready line next in that 63 Chevy 2, going to be jamming against the gears, up against, oh, look at his fellow Winterbottom family member, Keith Winterbottom. Keith from Maple Ridge, Scott from Langley. Both of these racers, regulars and super shifters. 602 with the 713 miles an hour for Scott Winterbottom. 607 with the 2 at 113 miles an hour for Keith Winterbottom. Is again jamming through the gears in both the Chevy 2 and the Camaro. And Lauren DeFore backing up from the burnout, the 23 T-Bucket with the big block Chevy. As Ed Hunter out of Linwood, Washington in the Copo Camaro that usually sees action in Stock Eliminator, the NHRA Lucas Oil side of things. So Junior Street, Peden Industries Junior Street, we need you to lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1 of eliminations. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, you are on standby. Junior Dragster on standby. And Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. 008 red for Lauren DeFore, 514 with 133 miles an hour. Ed Hunter is 639 with a 403 miles per hour for the Camaro. So it looks like that is going to round things out for qualifying round number 2 for National Tire Non-Electronic is test pass action. Coming up here before we roll into Rad Torque Systems Electronics, round number 2 of qualifying. Just a quick check of the racetrack up there at the top end of the 8th mile mark, which is what the holdup is at the moment, is getting ready for this test pass before, again, we roll into Rad Torque Systems Electronics. So Rebecca Powell going to get a little test hit in the 67 Chevy Nova. Dad Brad running in Canada West Doorslammers this weekend. .523 light, the TCS side of the racetrack. 706 with a 705 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark. As we will roll into National Tire, well, from National Tire Non-Electronic into Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Coming up next here as they have one final qualifying session before eliminations. And again, we have called Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, Junior Dragsters. That is Junior Lightning and Junior Thunder. You are on standby for your first round of eliminations. So the Junior Street booth set up, as they're also going to be selling 50-50 tickets there. And also the Peden Industries Diggin' Zone Sandbox also set up in the Junior Street pit area. Also the Bouncy Castle getting inflated down there as well. So plenty of stuff to check out over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. So all that is up and functioning for the kids. So again, the Peden Industries Junior Diggin' Zone Sandbox is all up and operational, and I believe got the Bouncy Castle in the process of getting operational as well. On the TCS side of the racetrack, and now the beer garden's also operational. A little bit later on in the program, you can see the coned-off zone underneath the TCS sign. On the Lordco side of the racetrack, that is the beer garden seating section. And the beer garden is going to be right where you come in at the very front of the grandstands in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Big thanks to Valley Tech Productions helping us out with the live stream once again here at Mission Raceway Park. You can see right now up on the live stream cam, the Tunezilla start line cam. Tunezilla jumping on board, helping us out with the start line cam for 2024. Big thanks to them for their partnership, as well as Valley Tech coming back once again, partnering with us for the 4th consecutive Doorwarz with their live stream 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, all part of the program. As you can hear, cars firing up, getting ready to roll underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Here comes Rad Torque Systems Electronic, round number 2 of qualifying. Again, trying to get the best reaction time that you can. Get yourself set up and see you're going to face off against round number 1 of eliminations in, just a short amount of time. So it's Colton Morin out of Mission, the Morin Motorsports, JBS, Comox Valley Excavating. Dragster that, again, Colton just licensing in this race car yesterday, going through the NHRA licensing process. And Nick Angelucci out of Agassiz, 78 Malibu, in the Lordco side of the racetrack, Mission Raceway Park regular. 005 red on the tree for Colton Morin, 513 with a 433 miles an hour. Nick Angelucci in the Malibu, 683 with an 899 miles an hour is the next pair already rolling up. Ted Buss out of Shawnigan. The Shawnigan Trucking Straight Line Race Cars, 34 Ford with small block Chevy. Ted, who pretty much for every big race that we have here at Mission Raceway Park, brings his car over from the island. Gonna face off against Ryan Johnson. The Investors Group, Nasty Fish Racing, 69 Camaro. Waiting on Ryan to turn on that bottom bulb. Ryan again. Going way red. 571 with a 7. 014 red for Ted Buss. At 118 miles an hour, 637 with a 208 miles per hour for Ryan Johnson. Again, going 0.5 red, 0.5 of a second red. As Mike Robinson out of Chilliwack, the Chevy Power 27 Ford for JBS and JS Power Sports. Up against Jason Biscay and the 68 Mustang for Biscay Racing. .016 light for Mike. .011 light for Jason, 577 with a 317 miles an hour, 653 with a 0 at 98 miles an hour for Jason Biscay over in the Lordco lane. Kevin McNichol coming up next out of Mission in the Nova. Once again, attention in the pits, Junior Street. Junior Street, Peden Industries Junior Street. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, Junior Street. To lanes 3 and 4 for round number 1 of eliminations. All the altered TCS side of the racetrack getting ready to take on Kevin McNichol. Rad Torque Systems, Lordco Auto Parts, Ken Specialty Automotive, Gibson's Racing. Lordco again, as we've said, they are on the hood scoop of the Nova, getting ready to head down the Lordco lane. Again, fighting some more wheel spin as the delay box coming in for the altered 6007, 131 miles an hour as a 645 with a 506 miles per hour for Kevin McNichol. 033 on the tree for McNichol, 042 light for the driver of the altered. As it is Aaron Phillips backing up from the burnout for the racer out of Chetwynd, facing off against Martin Rochelle, the racer from Surrey in the 78 Malibu. Aaron Phillips, usually running when it comes to the ET Series side of things and Super Pro and the NHRA divisional side of things, Super Comp, 890 index class. And having to dial things back and figure out what we're going to dial when it comes to the 8th mile. They come up for round number 1 of eliminations. Martin Rochelle out of Surrey. Super Pro regular here at Mission Raceway Park. Both racers staged. 022 light for Rochelle, 520 with a 6, 132 miles an hour. Aaron Phillips carries it out, 639.9, 102 miles an hour for Martin Rochelle is Wes Hendricks. Gonna roll up to the ready line next in the 68 Ford Falcon. Gonna face off against Warren Jacobson for Mission, the 67 Chevy 2. Well, again, both reaction times starting with a 0, so good start, 632 with a 1. 110 miles an hour for Warren Jacobson. Wes Hendricks, 653 with a 904 miles per hour. For the Falcon, it's going to be Kevin Garlock coming up next for the racer out of Victoria, the 71 Chevy Camaro with the big block Chevy. Against Brad Vingy, the BNC Racing 68 Camaro. The first and second gen Camaros lining up side by side, getting ready to make a pass here in round number 2 of qualifying. can see delay box engaged for Brad Vinci over in the Lordco lane, and Kevin Garlock's 574 with a 9, 119 miles an hour, 687 with an 8, 117 for Brad Vinci. Kimberly John Kine, the Titanium Autogroup, JBS, Bubba's Speed Shop. Machine, the dragster, and the TCS side of the racetrack, and to face off against Dave Stobie. Stobie in the 56 Corvette. He's been racing for well over 50 years. Ran that car at the original Mission Raceway, or it closed back in 1978. The racer from Kamloops, who usually runs in Super Street, NHRA divisional side of things. How about Dave Stobie, 001 on the tree in the vet. 483 with a 644 miles an hour for Kimberly John Kine, but Dave Stobie moving himself up the qualifying order in a big way with that 001 reaction time. As Emily Gerard backing up for the burnout on the TCS side of the racetrack. The Sunset Race Engines big block Chevy power plant. For Rad Torque Systems, Shear Solutions, Just Mechanical. And the Source Transport and Hot Shot sponsored dragster Jeremy Soares for the racer out of Terrace, a race on the airport up there in Terrace. Quite a contingent of competitors up in the north of the province. Bottom bulb lit for Jeremy. Here comes Emily coming in. Reaction time separated by, well, 1/10 of a second on the starting line, if that. 472 with a 5 for Jeremy Soares. Going to get to the finish line stripe first. 146 miles an hour, no 12 light. 484 with a 0 at 143 miles an hour to the 8th mile mark for Emily Gerard with an 013 light, as Keith Peterson is up next in the Super Gas Ford Mustang Roadster. Andy Klosky out of Quinnell, the 65 Chevy, the Striptease Machine. Gonna get to the line first, 617 with an 8, 109 miles an hour. So we'll make the call. We need Junior Thunder, Peden Industries, Junior Thunder to lane 5, and Junior Lightning to lane 6. Junior Thunder to lane 5, Junior Lightning to lane 6, and Junior Street, you should already be in lanes 3 and 4. Craig Johnson out of Langley. TCS lane, facing off against Rick Medell out of Courtney in the 69 Camaro. So Rick again fighting with tire spin and unfortunately going to get into the wall. And so we're going to have to shut this one down as Rick Modal spinning up, having some tire spin and getting into the concrete. You can see it just behind the Tunezilla sign, and that is where the impact was. So shutting things down there. Rick looks to be okay by the looks of things, but unfortunately that 69 Camaro taking quite the hit as it made a right-hand turn into the fence and going to be down a little bit for cleanup here as Rad Torque Systems electronics action unfortunately coming to a halt here as Rick Modal and the Camaro making contact with the concrete in the Lordco lane, and the safety team going to head up there just to check on things. Make sure that Rick is okay at the moment. We'll have a little bit of downtime here at Mission Raceway Park as cleanup obviously necessary right now on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Well, good news. Rick out of the race car under his own power. Going to take some time there to sit and collect his thoughts in the wall and get checked over by the MRP safety team. But again, good news that Rick able to walk away from that one after getting a piece of the wall. And now cleanup going to start there on the just past the 60-foot mark in the Lordco lane. So again, going to be down a little bit for cleanup, so make sure to take a walk through the pits here while we tend to the Camaro and get that off the racetrack. And looks like a little bit of fluid out from underneath of that machine. So going to be down for just a little bit longer here for cleanup, again, with a little bit of an incident in Lordco lane. And then as soon as that is taken care of, Rick gets the necessary check over from the safety team. We'll get back to racing action in a few moments' time with, looks like the final few pairs lined up and ready to go here for electronic action. 2 more pairs once cleanup is complete. So, car getting removed off the racing surface right now, but while we have a little bit of downtime, make sure to check out the Titanium Autogroup display that is set up behind the TCS side of the grandstands. Again, you can enter to win the Ford Mustang that is currently in the winner's circle here at Mission Raceway Park. Just scan the QR code on the Mustang, and that can give you all the details on how you can get yourself entered into that draw. Again, if you get entered early enough, you'll be entered into a draw to win VIP passes for the Street Outlaws No Prep Kings weekend coming up here at the end of July. So make sure to enter early, get your name in to the draw for that Ford Mustang GT that is being given away by Mission Raceway Park and the Titanium Auto Group. And they also have their Titanium Auto Group tables set up right beside the Mustang that is behind the grandstands and the TCS side of the racetrack.
All right. We have cars. Is that on? We have cars available right now, guys. Head on down to the, what is that, west? The west end of the drag strip. Right near the back end of the property down there. You'll see an Action tire tent. They got guys waiting for people to just come along and do ride-alongs in those drift cars. It's so fun. Give yourself a chance. $40. They take credit card or cash, all going to charity. Head on down there right now. They have time or rides available for you. Get out there for a few laps. Breathe in some tire smoke and spin around, maybe get dizzy. And then they'll bring you back and watch some more racing coming up to the line here. All these guys driving those drift cars, most of them, guys and girls, I should say, most of them are movie stunt people that are coming out here just for a good time and rip around in these drift cars. Some of those things are so fast. So head on down. $40 for a ride, all going to charity. Giving away some prizes as well. You'll get a raffle ticket from that. Chance to win a Red Dragon hat and hoodie. Thanks to Red Dragons and Action Tire for helping these guys out. They go through tires real quick, so get on there before they run out of tires. Hard Knox stunts coming out here. Demo coming up. I jumped the gun on the time. It's going to be in about an hour down here right near the starting line. They're going to put a demo on for you guys, and then you can go back down and take a ride in one of those cars. So we'll be on there real soon.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We've called junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to 5, Lightning 6 to be laddered. Thunder to 5, Lightning to 6. We need you to the staging lanes to be laddered. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Just want to give a reminder that if you are in use of a golf cart or any kind of push vehicle for pushing the car up to the staging lanes, you cannot park in front of our equipment. Obviously, you can see all of our equipment, the bright orange tractors, scrubbers, and whatnot. You cannot park in front of them because, hey, if we need them, like right now, we can't exactly get to them if you're parked right in front of them.
as they're still cleaning up the wall over there. Should be going here real quick. They're out in those drift cars in the back. You can see the smoke down there as they burn up those tires in the back for Variety Club Telethon. $40, get yourself a ride in a drift car. You might even go twice. It's worth it. They have a big lineup of people over there. So get on doing it. I think there's a couple cars waiting for people right now. So head on down. Grab yourself a ride in a drift car. You know you want to do it in your mom's car, but you can't. So just get out there in this thing. Thanks to the Variety Club, HKS, Real Stunt Driving School, SCG Performance, what is that? Rain City, the Dark Lotus Drift Team, Action Tire, and Red Dragons helping these guys out. Drift car ride-alongs all day for charity. Head on down, $40. They take credit card or cash right down past the Lord Co sign at the end of the property.
Well, you see the tractors out on the racetrack, and that is a good sign. That means we are nearing completion of track cleanup. The wall already looking trying to find the word here. It's looking strikingly better, there we go, than what it was about 15, 20 minutes ago. After Rick Modal had that wild ride and went head on into that right side wall just past the 60-foot. Currently sitting in the, well, about to be in the water box, just underneath the Lorca Water Park Spectator Bridge. You got Lorenz Schwartz with the Titanium Autogroup of a Speed Shop Monte Carlo going up against Jim Banky for the Rat Torque Systems, Titanium Autogroup, and Bucky's Mini Excavating Plymouth Barracuda. Rolling through our second round of Rat Torque Systems Electronics qualifying. Still see a couple of cars down in the staging lanes. And then I see all those juniors ready to rumble. First round of eliminations is imminent. It should be a wild ride throughout the entirety of the day. There was a lot of good action yesterday in qualifying. For those of you that weren't here, you missed out on a good day. Once again, a big shout out to all of the main track sponsors, TCS Performance Products, Lordco Auto Parts, and of course, JBS Equipment and Titanium Autogroup. And for today in particular, another big thanks to Rad Torque Systems, to National Tire, Jerry's OK Tire, Rocco's Diner, and Milron Truck Body for making Doorwarz 12 possible, all of the class sponsors. And a big thanks to all of you folks for showing up in the grandstands and joining us for a lovely day of main event action. Attention everybody on the property, this includes spectators. Check your pockets, check your pockets. We have a lost phone up here in the tower. We have a lost mobile phone that has just been turned in up here to the tower. If you happen to be missing yours, well, you now know where to find it. Second floor of the timing tower. That is once again a lost mobile phone, second floor of the timing tower. So Lorenz Schwartz and Jim Banky off on a tear. Banky gets the 8th mile first, 6:39, 106 miles an hour, goes double weight on the tree, but Lorenz 003, 6:51, 105 miles an hour. Next pairing up, Dustin Hunter bringing up the 1964 Ford Falcon, facing off against John DeMack and his Rad Torch Systems S10. And the Falcon, 589, 118 miles an hour. DeMack, 669 at 101. Believe that wraps up round 2 of qualifying for electronics. And I believe that will roll us into the first round of eliminations for the day of Peden Industries Junior Street. So your elimination program about to kick off in earnest. So first pair of Junior Street. We got James over there in the right lane in this 2010 Nissan, dialed at a 1015. Meanwhile, the GMC pickup over here, Tower Side, dialed at 910. Red light start for the pickup. And James is going to be into round number 2 of eliminations. Goes 10:08 on the 10:15 dial, so went under. But his opponent goes red, so it's a free pass. Attend to the pits, 10 to the pits. Standby call for Doorslammers and West Coast Pro Modifieds. West Coast Pro Modifieds, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your standby call. Addison and Taryn, the next pair coming on up. Got a 2005 Dodge, dialed at 1174. Has the handicap start over Taryn's Blazer, dialed at 1010. Addison's pre-stage, ready to go, fully bumping it in, waiting on Taryn. So some issues going on there, looks like, for Taryn, having problems getting it forward towards the staging beams. And it looks like this is going to turn into a comp single. Taryn unable to get to the line, timed out. So Addison with the freebie to the second round. Tough break for Taryn, who's been to the semifinals and the finals so many times so far throughout 2024. And, well, she does get it rolling, but too little too late. Addison to round 2. Bring up Sophia in the 1994 Mustang, out at $9.99, going up against Jenna, racing at a $10.73. Both races away on green lights. Sophia with the start line advantage, but it's not going to matter. Takes too much out of the brakes at the top end, and that's going to hand it to Jenna. Jenna moving into round number 2. And then bring up Tyler, your defending champion, and Jack. Tyler went almost undefeated last year, only lost about 2 of the many races that he ran last season. Has not been his season this time around. It's been quite the fall from grace for Tyler. Still looking to claw his way back to the top. And he gets the first step there on a red light. 005, just 5 thou red for the driver in the right lane. So Jack going to be going home. Well, more to the pits than waiting for tomorrow. Tyler is into the second round. Bringing up Richard and Josephine. And with the pair of pickups, it'll go the way of the 2016 Silverado. Richard getting there by a 10th over Josephine. And that all won on the starting line, had about a 10th and a third to spare. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. Bring them up. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Canada West Doorslammers. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6 for your third round of qualifying. So Jacob's Honda Pilot going for a testing hit down the racetrack. Went 11.66 at the 8th mile mark, testing for Junior Street, but not in competition this afternoon. And that'll bring up the Junior Dragsters. Correction on that, it was Lucas, not Jacob. Caden's the first one up. The Ken Specialty Auto Ernie Speed Shop. Dragster with the buy run. So your number one qualifier with the freebie into round number 2. Bring up the next pair. Jenna, bringing up the next pair here with Grayson out of Maple Ridge and Emily out of Mission. White Lightning Racing, Lorco Auto Parts, Walco, T&T, Pioneer Truck and Trailer represented over in the Lorco lane. 10-17, left lane leaves first to the 922 in the right lane. Grayson going to get down track, but Emily going to be the one that gets there first by 1/4 of a second. Winning that race down on the starting line, had about 1/10 of a second advantage on the tree. Put Emily into the next round. We move on to Nash and Alex. Green Brothers Racing and Global Containers Limited represented over there in the Lordco side. 1294 to a 1204. Both races away on green lights. Advantage of the starting line to Nash, and that's going to translate to the race win. Nash threw it around 2. Alex knocked out early. Uncharacteristic for Alex to be knocked out so early in eliminations in the day. He's been having a good run so far. We're looking for better on Sunday. That is, and now we got Adeline for the KJO Holdings, Alder Auto, and Peterborough World Dragster, headed up by Adeline, down to 892. Gonna have quite a bit of waiting time, good 3 seconds back to Ryder, down to the 1196. Oh boy, good light there for Ryder, and that's going to be enough to take the win. Adeline goes too quick, trying to get around him. 2/10 under the dial, went 872 on the 892 dial. Hand that one to Ryder on a silver platter. We'll move on to Jack for Global Containers, down at 14-14. Going up against Brother Nate. Long wait for Nate on the starting line. Will his patience be rewarded? Step one's getting the green light, which he very much did. Step two, taking it out of the top end, and he sure does. How about that? Only 3 thou off the dial, makes the pass by only 6. Jack could not pull out the whole shot. Oh, and the next one up for the Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Law, Lordco, Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. Junior Dragster down at 14.45. Going up against Aubrey, down at 8.90. For Judd and Black Appliances, Rev Up Energy Drink, Stack Design Construction, Snohomish Country, Excavating, out of Marysville. Owen and Aubrey are the next two up. 8.94, 60 miles an hour for Aubrey, gets her the win. Won that race on the starting line. 0.41 of the tree to Owen's 13 with a 9. That brings up the next pair of Bentley. Up in the TCS lane. Going up against Page. Lucas Oil, Bubba Speed Shop, and Heatwave representative for the Haskell Dragster down at 8.92. For Page, she's representing Sasuke Ready Mix down at 11.55. Hunter and Wes are the next pair up. In the TCS lane down at 8.90. B-Dale Auto, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, and Rocket Coatings represented. And in the Lordco lane, it's Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Law, Lordco, Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. Wesley gets there first. Stays out in front of Hunter. Hunter was out on the top end charge, but Wesley got a bit better out of the tree. Was able to use that to get himself the win at the 8th mile. Aston and Adam, the next pair up, both for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. 11.90 going up against older brother Adam, down at 8.90. Adam is going to be taking away the win by 21 thou with this pass and knocking out his younger brother, Aston. So with that, we are ready for the last couple of pairings here. Bring it up to Tanya for Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, and Rig Construction, down to 1250. Dallas down to 1390 for TKO Hot Rods. Rigger Workplace Safety Solutions. It's a really big Junior Thunder field, definitely bigger than the norm, which, hey, we love to see that. All of these junior racers, they are the next generation for racers here at Mission Raceway Park and beyond. And they care just as much as the folks that run the big cars that they hope to be driving one day. Netanya got there first. Dallas could not quite put together the package. The margin of victory was about a second. Rolls us to Lightning. So first pairing up in Junior Lightning, the car's a little bit louder, a little bit faster, and a little bit quicker all around. Fastest you can go is a 790. Both these drivers down to 792 and 793. CL brings up the Big Kids Racing Titanium Autogroup, Rad Torque Systems machine. Josh brings up the Indigenous Travel, Lorco Auto Parts, Crystal Glass, and Midnight Paint machine. You will barely be able to tell with the blink of an eye the difference between them leaving on the starting line. Josh goes 796, 78 miles an hour for the win. CL, a big time hitter, sent packing early. Abigail and Isabella, the next pairing up. For the TCS lane, it is White Lightning Racing, Lorco Auto Parts, Walco, TNT, Pioneer Truck and Trailer down at 794. Isabella, driver of the Titanium Auto Group, Quality Manufactured Homes Dragster, down at 790. Fastest you can go, or quickest I should say you can go, in Junior Lightning. Not too much separated under the lights. Isabella takes it by 17 thou, went 794 on the 790 dial. Only about a half a tenth off of her dial in. Not bad for a junior. Lincoln, the next one up. Running against Connor for TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Lorco Auto Parts, and Panther Auto and Upholstery. Lincoln down at 792, while Connor in the Lorco lane down at 790. And Lincoln turns on the red light by 300ths. Connor with the free pass to the next round. Looking like this is the last pair in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Sydney brings it up in the Lordco lane for a little bit dramatic. Nast Automotive and Creative Chassis, 889 to an 838.
Cars available right now. If you want to go for a ride in a drift car, head on down. They'll take credit card or cash, maybe debit, but credit card and cash for sure. So go check that out. Walk down, $40. All for charity. Get on in those drift cars, rip around.
And Jackson with the 001 red light, knocked out of the first round. That's gonna sting. You know he's gonna be kicking himself when he sees that time slip. Sydney with the move into the next round. And that brings up your final lightning car for Bowtie Ventures out of the 806. It is Lexi.
Still about 45 minutes away from the stunt demo, going to happen right here at the starting line, so get ready for that. But yeah, go on down, take yourself a ride in a drift car. You breathe in some rubber, and you'll get scared, for sure. For Variety Club Telethon, and all the sponsors helping those guys out, SCG, The Real Stunt Driving School, Red Dragons, Rain City, Action Tire, the Dark Lotus Drift Team, out there as well. So go on down. Drift demos and ride-alongs going along all day long, right through till tonight.
So waiting around the corner are the Canada West Doorslammers for their third round of qualifying. This weekend, Canada West Doorslammers, sponsored by Comox Valley Excavating, specializing in a final grade, covering everything from your, for your project requirements, including land cleaning, foundation and site prep, septic fields, driveways, irrigation and ponds, riding rings, and so much more. Give Poe and Captain Freeborn a call at Comox Valley Excavating, wishing all races fans a fun and safe weekend. As well, this weekend sponsored by Paradise Homes Construction Development, founded in 2001 by two local businessmen. At the time, they both had full-time careers but had a strong desire to build quality homes, and so, well, created Paradise Homes Limited. Complementing each other well, they have been building exceptional housing ever since. Paradise Homes appreciates that the highest compliment you can receive is the referral of your friends, family, and business associates. Thank you for your trust. Of course, Canada West Doorslammers, their title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, as it has been for some time now. Artex Racing, Gridlet Auto Sales and Financing, Alpine Backhoe, Associated Tire and Auto, along with TCS Performance Products, Titanium Autogroup, NC Engines, and Travel and RV, the other association sponsors. They are entering their third of 4 qualifiers this afternoon. They'll be eliminating tomorrow. They had 2 that they ran yesterday. Currently sitting in the number 1 spot for Doorslammers, it is Andy Hatton. Ran an 8.2, it looked like, for his machine. That is, of course, not 100% accurate for your Doorslammer qualifier. But I can tell you right now, in the number 1 spot, Mike Bedsworth, 7:10. Set that in Q2. Camp Shantz just a little ways behind, and boy, oh boy, it is going to be a wild afternoon for all of the Doorslammers field. Cannot wait to see what is going to come about for qualifying this afternoon. Going to be a wild ride, one that you're not going to want to miss. There were rumored to be over 40 Doorslammers on the property. I know that a good chunk of them have opted to go and run in top comp, but they do have the ability to double class, and rumor is that might be up to 46 now. And Doorslammers currently stands with Bedsworth in number 1. Then it's Cam Shantz, Paul Stretch, John West, and Mike Sapine bring up the top 5. Shantz and Stretch still hanging on with their Q1 times from Friday afternoon. Mark Thompson, Aldo Schulte, Jay Siverston, Dallas Wagner, and Henry Zacharias bring up the top 10 so far. First through 10th separated by only about half a second. It is a close battle. You have to qualify at least 870 or quicker. Matt Marshall was just barely able to make it into the show with an 870 with a 7. Brody Shirk with an 1198, still on the outside looking in. Blew the tires off of his car on both attempts, hoping for better in Q3 this afternoon.
All right, still some track prep going on. Lots of time to go get a ride in a drift car. Hard Knox Stunts guys down there at the far end of the drag strip. Action Tire Tent. Go check those guys. I can't even speak. Go check it out at the Action Tire Tent. $40 for a ride along. All the money going to charity. These guys are down there. Stunt drivers, movie guys, girls, a whole bunch of them down there ready to take you out for a lap.
Boy, the can't speak bug catching everybody out in the tower this afternoon. Doesn't bode well. Already came from a 3-hour race this morning, and well, here we are, and still off to a strong start. For those out for the West Coast Pro Modifies, their first round of eliminations will be following opening ceremonies, which will be taking place after this next round of Doorslammer qualifying. Doorslammers rivaling with Top Comp to be the fastest and quickest bracket class of the weekend. Top Comp, of course, an association combining top sportsman and top dragster. We've seen passes on the weekend from the Top Comp guys, firing times at, well, speeds at over 200 miles an hour. And, well, some of the Doorslammers capable of doing the same. And you take a look, you got a lot of Doorslammers backed up all the way behind the tower. Them and all their tow vehicles are ready to rumble on Saturday afternoon.
So track prep still underway. Gonna take just a little bit of time there as they're working on the starting line. You can see them putting the rosin down in the Lordco lane, doing the scrape to get the excess rubber that's built up on the starting line off in the TCS side of the racetrack, and then they'll get the tractors on the racetrack, get a few passes with that, with the drag mats in the back, which is fortunately what they've just given the signal to roll out and do right now, so shouldn't be too much longer in the track prep department before we roll into all the action for Canada West Doorslammers, their third qualifying session of the weekend, and they're going to be running their elimination rounds tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, a big thanks. Nolan Artie gave a shout out to Paradise Homes and Comox Valley Excavating and Bobcat for stepping on board this weekend to bump up the winner's purse, $5,000 to win for the Canada West Doorslammers this weekend, as well as $2,500 to the runner-up. So Canada West Doorslammer action getting running for some serious money coming up tomorrow, but still finishing off their qualifying here today with 2 sessions as the day goes on. So again, still some attention on the starting line, and once that is cleared up and good to go, we will roll into Q3 for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying action. So getting ready for Canada West Doorslammers qualifying action. We mentioned already Comox Valley Bobcat as well as Paradise Homes helping out this weekend for the sponsorship department. Winter Harbor Marina and RV, the title sponsor for Canada West Doorslammers for the 2024 season, as well as Artex Racing, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Also, the VP Race Fuel Distributor with Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Alpine, Backhoe, and Lance Racing, Associated Tire and Auto. Stepping on board to help out. Comox Valley Excavating, which you already mentioned, TCS Performance Products, the Titanium Autogroup, NC Engines, Travelland RV, all on board with the Canada West Doorslammers for 2024 for all their racing action. Going to turn things back over to the quarter mile for the Canada West Doorslammers here this weekend, as they're going to be competing using up all the real estate here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, the tractor's making their passes, and as soon as they get the signal to clear off and the racetrack is in race-ready condition, we will get ready to roll into that qualifying session. So, Doorwarz merchandise, Doorwarz 12 merch, still for sale at the Pro Shop. They still got plenty of tank tops, other sizes at the Pro Shop. So make sure to make your way over to the Pro Shop, which is right across from the Half Track Snack Shack. So make your way over there, grab yourself something to eat right before this Doorslammer qualifying session. Of course, at the completion of the Doorslammer qualifying session, we're going to get ready to roll into eliminations. Round number 1 for the West Coast Pro Modifieds here at Doorwarz. They get ready to try and fight for $10,000 on the line. So again, still plenty of opportunities, especially if you're wanting a tank top in the Doorwarz merchandise section, to head on over to the Pro Shop, grab yourself Doorwarz 12 merch, and pick that up from the Pro Shop while supplies last.
Well, the cars have been pulled up around the other side of the tower. The tractors are back at the starting line, looking like they might be going around for one more pass. You see the sprayer is out. We are nearing the end of track prep. Doorslammer qualifying for Q3 about to kick off.
Should also mention that the beer gardens are open for business over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of things, right where you enter the stands, right across from the Mopac Auto Supply Garage on the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. You can grab yourself ice cold beverages if you are over the age of 19 or older, and have 2 pieces of government issued ID. You can see the coned off seating section for the beer gardens right underneath the TCS sign. Again, down the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. So, again, big thanks to everybody stepping up for the beer gardens today. Again, also scan the QR code on the Ford Mustang GT that we will be giving away at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. If you get in early, you'll be entered in a draw to win 2 VIP passes to the No Prep Kings Street Outlaws event coming up at the end of July 26th and 27th here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, the draw for the Mustang will take place during the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. So make sure to scan the QR code on the Mustang. And big thanks to the Titanium Autogroup for stepping up and giving us the Mustang to give away here at Mission Raceway Park.
More good news on the track prep scene. They are going to do one more pass in the left lane, and then we are going to get this show on the road. Bo was, of course, mentioning that, Cole was mentioning that the beer garden is ready and open for business. Be sure to also check out the Half Track Snack Shack. They are currently serving lunch. And don't forget to check out the Pro Shop as well. Lots of Doorwarz 12 apparel, including t-shirts, tank tops, and more. All ready for the taking. I would say if you haven't gotten some lunch, now would be a good time, because we're going to have Doorslammers, then we roll straight into Pro Mod qualifying after Pro Mod eliminations after opening ceremonies. So if ever there's a good time, now would be it. Track prep almost complete. Looking to be 5 minutes or less. Mike Bedsworth, again, still sits #1 on the qualifying sheets after Q2 yesterday evening. Although I'm thinking we're going to be seeing a new #1 qualifier after Q3 here. I believe that's John DeYoung I see there down in the staging lanes. I know Greg Fields down there in the staging lanes. So that's a pair of 200-mile-an-hour cars. One of them 220 that are ready to rumble. Hey, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Car number 6866. 6866. You are parked in a fire lane. You need to move immediately. Car number 6866. You are parked in a fire lane. You need to move immediately. Folks, it is a beautiful sight. The tractors returning to their positions. Engines getting ready to fire. Absolutely gorgeous day. Can't think of a thing that could put a downer for Doorwarz 12. So many races have been weathered out. Feels fitting then that we finally get in the big one on one of our biggest events of the year. Engines fired up. Let's get ready to party. Scott Robinson brings up the AFD Petroleum, Titanium Autogroup, Rack Torque Systems, AccuCut Lasers, JS Power Sports, and Postma Farms Beretta. Facing off against Adam DeYoung for Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions in his 1967 Camaro. Both races away. Doorslammer qualifying underway for Q3. Robinson goes 770 with a 5. Adam Young 839 with a 9. 160 miles an hour.
Next pair completing their burnouts, Dave Warren, the 1962 Chevy Bel Air, affectionately known as the Blue Max, getting backed up from the burnout that has been competing in Canada West Door Slammer competition pretty much since the inception of the category. Up against Andy Hatton in the Grinch, 1969 Camaro, as Dave getting backed up in the tire tracks from the burnout. Andy already back to the starting line, getting ready to bring that machine out of Langley up to the line. 632 cubic inches of naturally aspirated big block Chevy for the Blue Max Bel Air in the TCS side of the racetrack. It's a car that has been through a variety of different combinations and took some time out with Dave and the gang and came back in the last few years for the racer from right here in Mission, and Andy Hatton getting ready to bring in that Camaro that is a solid 820 player. Dave Warren trying to dip down into the 7-second zone.
Both races away, one on the red light, but it doesn't matter in qualifying. For Dave Warren, he goes 798. Not enough to improve on his qualifying time. Andy Hatton
runs it through. Andy going 826 with a 7 at 161 miles an hour, and that is not going to be an improvement from yesterday, as well as Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington, the 67 Chevelle up against Otto Schulte, the 2005 Chevy Cavalier for Still Cruisin' Racing. Georgia Straight Collision, Next Gen Hearing, Associated Tire, Lord Cole, Oldland Brown, Quality Designs, and Rondex, all helping out the Chevy Cavalier in the TCS side of the racetrack.
Schulte enters qualifying. 7th place in qualifying with a 749 with a 1, trying to see if he can beat that. Brad Powell a little bit further down the field. Currently enters in the number 30 spot with an 845. .009 on the tree for Otto Schulte, a good reaction time. Out the back door, 754. Don't think that is going to be quite enough, and it is not. Brad Powell, same story, no improvement.
So an 850 with a 0-0-0 for Brad Powell in the Outlaw Garage Custom Chevelle as pause for burnout. Matt Marshall out of Hazleton, the 1970 Nova over there, the pink machine in the Lordco lane, just and I mean just in the field. To qualify for the Canada West Doorslammer field, you got to run 870 or quicker, and he ran 870, I believe with a 3 in his, with a 7 in qualifying. And Mike Bedsworth, your number 1 qualifier coming into this session in the Oldsmobile for the racer out of Marysville, Washington. The Olds Cutlass, 632 cubic inches of naturally aspirated power for Mike Bedsworth, a former Canada West Doorslammers category champion and regular out here at Mission Raceway Park.
So opposite ends of the spectrum, one barely making it in, one currently leading the way. Bedsworth fully staged, Marshall fully staged, here we go. Bedsworth firing down track. Does not improve, remains with that 710, but still in the number 1 spot for Matt Marshall. He is also not going to show an improvement in the 875. Wouldn't be enough to make him in the field. He'll stand on his Q2 time.
We had some great conditions yesterday as your next pair starting the burnouts. TCS side of the racetrack, Ken Christensen out of Salmon Arm. Ken backing up for the burnout in that 1972 Chevy pickup, and that used to be Joe Delahay's old Pro Mod pickup from back in the 90s, early 2000s, before Joe switched to the Camaro that he runs in Pro Mod. Joe actually moving down to Texas and has been running the car down there. Grant Howell out of Victoria, the 1937 Chevy, another Doorslammer regular since the inception of the category, and another former Canada West Doorslammer champion getting brought up to the line. Sunset Racing Engines powering that 37 Chevy, 632 cubic inches of big block naturally aspirated power.
Oh boy, Hal getting a little close to the center line, able to get it back into the middle of the groove, running down track, trying to improve on the number 12 spot, and he will not do so. 600s off the mark. For Ken Christensen, same story. They'll sit 12th and 27th on the qualifying sheets. So still no improvements all around. Track, I don't think quite there yet for the fast times. I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of improvements until Q4 later on this afternoon.
Well, again, track temp is up as well as the air temp is up about 4 degrees from what we had here yesterday at Mission Raceway Park in cloud-covered conditions. Is Kathy Freeborn backing up the 1970.5 Camaro out of Courtney, the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating sponsor machine. And Kathy and Pope Freeborn own Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, helping to sponsor the category. Big block Chevy, 589 cubic inches of power, a very consistent mid 8 second player. She's going to face off up against Brody Shirk in the 67 Chevy 2 for the Titanium Auto Group in Napa Auto Parts. Brody yet to make a pass here in qualifying, trying to get himself on the qualifying ladder.
Shirk's first 2 passes blew the tires off of it on Friday afternoon, and see if he can get himself in, and he's going to do it. Brody Shirk with an 8:58. That'll put him to the number 33 spot on the qualifying ladder. Brody Shirk makes the field. For Kathy Freeborn, no improvement. She's off by half a second.
So Brody could easily, one of those racers that definitely could have easily made it into the session, and that is exactly what he does with a solid A to B pass. Is Darren Buick in the 67 Chevy 2 for Evans Excavating coming up next. He's going to square off against Jason Field out of right here in Mission, both racers from Mission. Field in the 71, or rather the 1970 Chevelle, 632 cubic inches, pump gas engine with Ritchie's racing engine power and just a little bit of sprays. Jason before ran a 68 Chevy, 71 Chevy Nova, and then the 67 Chevy 2, Darren Buick, all naturally aspirated here in the TCS side of the racetrack.
Darren Buick currently second from the bottom, sits 35th on the qualifying sheets. Jason Field a bit further up on his attempts. He sits 14th. Solid launches all around. Jason Field 006 on the tree. He'll run that one out the back door. Goes 7:26. That is a huge improvement. He's up to number 2.
So big improvement for Jason Field going up to the number 2 qualifying spot, as Nolan mentioned. Now it's going to be Ray Rusiani out of Kelowna, formerly Ray from Ontario, moving out to the West Coast, and over the last few years, making himself a member of the Canada West Doorslammers Association, the Dexipaws Online Pet Supplies. 66 Chevy 2, big block Chevy power for him, and Peter Lacanis out of Coquitlam in the 63 Corvette, the Transporter's Logistics Machine, which was one of the cars that has been passed down to the Lacanis family and started out pretty much the category here for Canada West Doorslammers at Mission Raceway Park.
Lacanis still has not put a time on it. This is his first qualifying hit on the Doorwarz weekend. Ray Rusiani making attempt number 3. Rusiani running down track, looking like he's going to get there out in front of Peter Lacanis. Trying to beat an 8:24, not going to get there. Lacanis makes the field, 8:64 with a 0. And that will plunge Peter Lacanis to number 35.
Next pair up out of Prince Rupert, shaking the ground in that 37 Chevy, the supercharged machine Cam Shantz. Going to face off against Howie Winklehorst. Winklehorst in the 55 Chevy Bel Air out of Abbotsford, the Howie's Equipment Service. 55 Chevy in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Shantz coming into the top half of the qualifying field, right up there. In fact, in the top 3 in the qualifying order, currently, I believe, lining up in the number 3 spot is a solid 730 player, trying to dip into the 720s. As again, the track a little bit warmer than yesterday. Howie Winklehorst flirting with that 8-second zone in the 55 Chevy over there in the Lordco lane. 620 cubic inches naturally aspirated power for the Bel Air is both racers pre-staged. Here we go.
Howie Winklehorst trying to improve from 25th in the sheets with an 8:31 with an 8, and this time around for Cam Shantz, 7:45, not going to do anything for him. Meanwhile, Winklehorst, 8:33, so same story, neither driver going to improve. Winklehorst stands on his, both drivers in fact, stand on their Q1 times, which brings out one of the seniors of the category.
Henry Zacharias in the TCS side of the racetrack. And Terry Shaflita, the Pontiac Firebird over in the Lordco lane. Terry, tail end of last year, got his first ever 6-second pass in this car with some of the engine technology having a little bit of NHRA previous generation Pro Stock flavor on that machine as he gets backed up for the burnout. The racer from Vancouver Island, Langford. In particular, the bow tie refinishing machine, 500 cubic inch, and he's got the 5-speed in that machine. Going to be rowing through the gears for Terry Shaflita over there in the Lordco lane as Henry Zacharias, the 1953 Corvette, 660 cubic inch dart block for the Titanium Autogroup. Winter Harbor Marina and RV 53 Corvette that formerly was out of the Artex racing fleet with John DeYoung, and Henry getting this car, handing over his 55 Chevy to Henry Winklehorst and putting in some solid 7-second runs.
10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds to lanes 3 and 4. West Coast Pro Modifieds, bring him up to lanes 3 and 4. Both cars off and away. Zacharias left on the whole shot, but Shaflita driving around him. Shaflita going to go 7:09, and that is going to be putting him in a very solid position. In fact, that shoots him to the number 1 qualifying spot. Hands together for Shaflita, your new number 1 qualifier.
So Terry Shaflita to the number 1 qualifying spot with that 7:09 in Canada West Doorslammer competition, 195.57 miles an hour for the racer out of Langford. Henry Zacharias, 7:58 with a 478 miles an hour. That's actually going to improve on Zacharias, his best laps time of the weekend. Not improving on position is your next pair rolling in. Mark Thompson in the 54 Studebaker for Marvel Racing over in the Lordco lane, and Greg Field in the twin turbocharged Opel in the TCS side of the racetrack. Greg Field backing up for the burnout, the 572 cubic inch twin turbocharged power plant for the Opel GT. For Active Auto Care, Jubilee RV. And the racer out of Kamloops sat out the 2 sessions yesterday, bringing the car out and getting ready to play here today on Saturday at Doorwarz. And this is a solid 6-second player, and as Nolan was mentioning, cars capable of over 220 miles an hour is over in the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco lane. Mark Thompson, former Canada West Doorslammers champ in the Marvel Racing Studebaker 598 cubic inch big block Chevy for Thompson, the VRP Marvel Racing machine of the Studebaker. In the mid-90s to early 2000s was a very popular body style in pro mod as well as top sportsman competition. Kind of went away a little bit, but very cool to see Mark is bringing out one of those Studebakers again, and good to see him back out here at Mission Raceway Park. Greg Field getting ready to be brought into the beams. You'll hear the boost build as the turbo spool on the TCS side of the racetrack, and we'll get ready for this pair here in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying round number 3.
If this car is a number 1, I'm going to be real disappointed by the end of the day. Oh, he bumps through! Oh, no! Greg Field, the favorite for number 1. I don't think they're going to let that stand. He bumped through, backed up. And he's going to be forced to go. Mark Thompson doesn't leave. Confusion on the starting line and not what Greg Field was hoping for. So the favorite for number 1, a car capable of going in the mid-6s at 225 miles an hour, going to be on a slow roll. He'll have one more chance tonight in Q4, but that is unfortunate. Mark Thompson going to be allowed to back up and try again.
So the turbo cars, you have to spool it up, bump it into the trans brake, and you can see that the bump was so violent when he tried to bring it into the staging beams that it actually rocked the car out of the beams, and that's what triggered the red light. Mark Thompson going to be on a solo pass in the Studebaker as he makes his way down the Lordco lane. 753 with a 482 miles an hour. For Mark Thompson is no improvement for the Studebaker, but up next will come Derek Shirk. Derek was qualified in his 55 Chevy Bel Air. Unfortunately wounded the engine last night and can't get that repaired in time, so he is hopped behind the wheel of the JS Power Sports Dodge Dakota for the racer out of Langley in the Titanium Autogroup and Bubba's Speed Shop, and he's going to try and put this one into the show. Again, all he's got to do is run quicker than an 870, and with this truck that has firmly been in the 770 zone, if he can make an A to B pass, should be into the Canada West Doorslammers field for tomorrow in their eliminations. Dakota making its way down to the TCS lane, 769 with a 771 miles an hour, and Derek Shirk finding himself in the field and make his way up to the 14th qualifying spot. Brian Ritchie, Ritchie Race Engines, the man behind Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales, helping out for that beautifully prepared 1968 Chevelle, 632 cubic inches of Ritchie Racing Engines power, up against Mike Lucas, who we're also going to see in top comp action for Artex Racing. Over there in the 68 Camaro out of Fort St. John, BC, and he is a very experienced competitor in NHRA Lucas Oil Sportsman Series competition in the top sportsman division. So should be right at home in top comp, and is also double classing it this weekend, running in Canada West Doorslammer. Both racers pre-stage. Ritchie's in, Lucas is in.
Lucas goes red, but again, doesn't matter so much in qualifying. Mike Lucas running down track, trying to go out the back door. 733 with an 886 miles an hour. That is a very solid pass for Mike Lucas, and that, I do believe, will punch Lucas straight through to the number 6 spot. So not a bad effort from Mike Lewis at all. For Brian Ritchie, he will also improve, but he will not be improving on his position. He remains 18th.
So Andy Andel out of Lac La Hache, getting ready to back up from the burnout in the Chevy Cobalt. The TCS side of the racetrack, Andy was running a wicked cool 65 Ford F100 pickup in Super Pro competition and has stepped up into the Canada West Doorslammers with the Antle towing machine up against Jay Severston, part of that JS Power Sports team in the wicked cool twin turbocharged Acadian Canso in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. You can actually see where the turbochargers, the inlets for them, are sticking out of the quarter panels on either side of the Acadian, right above the left and right front tires. Is here we go for the next pair.
Both racers off and away on green lights. Jay Severston way out in front. He's going to go 7:44 with an 8, and that is going to improve him all the way up to 8th spot on the qualifying sheets for Andy Antle. He's going to go 7:61, and that's going to fire him all the way up to 14th.
Well, speaking of cool Cansos, how about Dale Jansen, the racer out of Armstrong, that is 66 Canso with the supercharged small block Chevy protruding from the hood on that machine that is, well, technically speaking, street legal, and back a few years ago got Best Appearing Car Award at the Street Cars Super Nationals at the Strip at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and he's going to face off against Duncan's Paul Stretch, one of the island racers making the tow over in that 2002 Chevy Cavalier with the Mid-Island Race Engines big block Chevy power plant over there. Solid again, low 7-second player. How about 00 reaction times? A pair, 002 in the tree, 7:30 with a 1 at 190 miles an hour for Paul Stretch, 7:96 with an 8 at 171 miles an hour for Dale Jansen. Jansen going 006 on the tree, Stretch going 002 on the tree. So both racers up on it and getting well prepared for eliminations when they got to try and mow down that Christmas tree as Devin Jansen purging the nitrous system on his Nova in the TCS side of the racetrack up against Mike Kenworthy, the 1992 Pontiac Firebird for the folks at Speed Mart from just over the border in Arlington, Washington.
Devin Jansen takes that Nova down track. 565 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor. Kenworthy gets there first. Goes 8:17 with a 7. 165 miles an hour. Jansen goes 8:49 at 153.
55 Chevy in the TCS lane. Corey Stewart from Campbell River on Vancouver Island up north on Campbell River. And Paul Soares out of Terrace, the 95 Pontiac for Soares Transport. Again, a fleet of Terrace racers that run up there in the airport that have kind of come down here with Mission Raceway Park as they step up their racing programs. And Corey Stewart, a race car that has quite a lot of pedigree with Canada West Doorslammers, formerly of the Lance Racing Stables, is Corey getting ready to bring that machine up to the line, the TCS side of the racetrack, and Paul Soares, son Brody, licensing in that car last year. Jeremy Soares also in competition. He is running in box this weekend for Rad Torque Systems. Pretty much even off the starting line. 017 light to an 018 and to the stripe. 805 with a 6, 170 miles an hour for the 55 Chevy. Then the Pontiac going to get there with an 813 with a 468 miles an hour. And no, your eyes don't deceive you. Pause for burnouts. That is, in fact, a PT Cruiser.
I still never get tired of that. You've got the Camaros, you've got the Mustangs all out to party, you've got all these classic muscle cars, and then a PT Cruiser. And it's a fast one at that.
Hey, it was pretty popular back when it was released back in the early 2000s. Had some PT Cruiser magazines. We've seen a PT Cruiser wheel stander and a PT Cruiser door slammer for Dallas Wagner, the racer out of Vernon. Up against Steve Lowe. Steve was not here yesterday, making his first qualifying run of the weekend. His 1992 Pontiac Firebird over there, the Lordco sponsored machine in the Lordco lane, getting ready to take a trip down the MRP strip as both racers getting ready to roll it up into the staging beams. Dallas getting guided up, and didn't see that PT Cruiser for a while there, but kind of popped up recently in Canada West Doorslammer competition. Good to see Dallas back in the class.
Wagner currently enters number 12 on the qualifying sheets out of a grand total of 41. Steve Lowe running down track, but Wagner looking to drive around him. Wagner goes 766, unable to improve. Steve Lowe, 786 with an 8. And that'll be a solid run there for Steve Lowe. Bring up Anthony Katnick in the 1968 Dodge Dart, faces off against Aiden Katnick for TK Performance at Lordco Auto Parts, running that 555 cubic inch Mustang Fox body in the far lane. Steve Lowe on that last pass, able to put down a time good enough for the top half, goes 19th quick. Right now, Anthony Katnick sits 38th, Aiden Katnick 35th. Both of them trying to improve. Aiden standing on his Q1 time so far. Both racers away. Aiden Katnick going to be the first one there. 842, 160 miles an hour. Big improvements there for Aiden Katnick. He'll go up to 33rd. For Anthony Katnick, it's an 862, so he'll improve on his time, but not on his position. So we're bringing up the next pair. And oh boy, talk about a blower hood. Making a lot of racket. Lane Woolley for Bucky's Mini Excavator, the Marcus Family Duster, running that 1970 Duster in the TCS side with a 678 cubic inch Hemi motor under the hood. Mike Sapine for Stone Speed Shop and Brian's Glass brings up the Pontiac GTO. Mike Sapine so far was one of the drivers that was trying to get in. He shook the tires something fierce yesterday, and he has since been able to put himself into the show with a time that is currently residing him in number 9. Lane Woolley down to the 18th, standing on his Q1 time. Both racers off. Lane Woolley, 786. Not going to improve for Mike Sapine, your number 9 qualifier. He'll stand 9th with that 749 that he set in Q2 last night.
Just a little smoky, but it's dry.
A little bit of smoke up at the top end, so safe crews just checking the racetrack. Here we have the next runner. Chad L. Hops, the next one up, bringing up that Doorslammer pickup. L. Hops was licensing all throughout yesterday, and now he is going to be looking to be qualifying into the Doorslammer field. Has to hit an 870 or quicker. So Chad Hobbs trying to become the 42nd driver to officially qualify onto the ladder. Technically 43 have attempted, but Greg Field, obviously with that not ideal run with those trans brake issues, has found himself on the outside looking in, entering Q4. Chad L. Hobbs taking his time this stage, making sure that he is nice and ready. Soft launch, half a second of the reaction time. He'll need to improve on that for eliminations. But running out the back door, not enough to make the show. A 9:14. He'll need to do a little bit better in Q4. Mark Schuppener, the next one to come on up towards the staging lanes. Going up against Kerry Young. The Pendoza Machine, Wix Filters, Federal Mogo, Lumina going up against the Young's Mechanical and Lorco Auto Parts S10. Schuppener's car leaving a little close to the right side, but still staying in there. Schuppener going to go 8:42, while Kerry Young goes 8:45. So no improvement there for Kerry Young. Schuppener, that time will look to put him up into 33rd. So a massive door slammer field this afternoon. We're bringing up John West. West currently stands as the number 7 qualifier with a 7:35 in Q2. The Kingsley Truck and J&L driving Lorco Auto Parts. Chevy Bel Air goes 7:38. Not going to improve. He'll stand on the 7:35 from last night. So Dale Grasdale brings up his machine. And this is looking like it'll be the last car in Doorslammer qualifying. Once again, Dale Grasdale going through those last-minute checks, making sure everything is in tip-top shape as he gets set to put himself on as the 44th driver in the Doorslammer field. So far, 44 have attempted to qualify. Grasdale will be the 45th. Out of those 44 that currently have tried, 43 have times on the board, 42 are in. 10 to the pits, 10 to the pits. Top Comp, you're on standby. Artex Racing, Top Comp, you're on standby. Well, the green light's on. That means go. Not that slow go. He is going. He can't, and it. All right, he's not going anymore. Well, that went from go to no go to. All right, we're strolling. So Dale Grasdale not going to be able to put down a time. He's going to roll to a stop. So something going on, and well, you can see the tractors on prep. They might actually get a faster ET than Dale Grasdale right about now. But we'll have your West Coast Pro Modified eliminations coming on up after a little bit of track prep here.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Attention in the pits. Hey, listen up. Top comp. We need top comp to the lanes, please. Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes.
And 6, he said. Do we know who he said something and 6. Did you say lane 5? Or anything? On the call?
So once again, top comp. We're calling top comp to the lanes. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take top comp in lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6 for top comp.
20 now, I would say.
Well, folks, it is almost that time. We are just about ready to roll into round number 1 of eliminations for West Coast Pro Mods. Safety out there doing a track check, giving it a little rub.
Yep, definitely can try again. C6. What is it?
In just a couple of moments, we will see the first pair roll under the bridge. We'll then take a moment and play the national anthems, and following that, we will fire the first pair. The testing is over. Qualifying is over. You want to keep racing, you got to get past your opponent.
I'll reprint it. I got him on there. Thank you.
So with West Coast Pro Modifieds under the Lord Go Auto Parts Spectator Bridge, the main event about to get rolling. So folks, we ask that you please stand, remove your hats, as we stay silent for the US of A National Anthem. for the Canadian National Anthem. Drivers, start those engines. Let's get ready to roll.
Well, Cole, here we go. Round number 1.
Well, if you're not awake after that, I don't know what you are.
Yeah,
Here we go. Ryan Griffin and Garrett Richards getting ready to kick off West Coast Pro Modified Round 1. Distinctly different Mustangs on either side of the racetrack. Ryan Griffin out of Olympia, Washington has struggled this weekend, John. We haven't seen him actually make a representative pass so far. He's been having trouble each time he brings that turbocharged machine up to the ready line.
Well, and I was about to say he's having a little bit different kind of trouble right now because it took him quite a while to get that car in reverse, but he's got it backing up now, so that's good news. So, yeah. I mean, it's always nice to roll into round 1 with like 4 solid runs of data on which to base your tune-up and so forth, but you got to do what you can do. I mean, he qualified to the field. He's got a shot here.
That's why we don't race him on paper, is Ryan Griffin getting ready to bring that twin turbocharged machine, the 67 Mustang that saw its debut season last year for the RJR team, and Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington, the screw-blown Boss Hemi propelling that Shelby Mustang down the TCS side of the racetrack. Garrett, former Doorwarz winner, qualified in the number 2 spot with a 381 last night, 381 with a 7 for Richards, which put him quite literally 1/10,000th of a second behind Scott Blake in the qualifying order, going over to that 4th decimal place as crew chief Brent Yagi out in front of that machine, giving him the signal to bump it into the beams, and we'll get ready for the first pair of round number 1 of eliminations for West Coast Pro Modified.
Both cars pre-stage. Garrett Richards is in. Waiting on Griffin to build a little boost. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Free pass for Garrett Richards. 385, 194 miles an hour, matched almost exactly his qualifying number. Well, not quite. He actually went on the board with a 381, but he's off to round number 2.
Well, you heard the car come up in Ryan Griffin's lane. The turbos did start spool, and then the exact same problem that team has been having all weekend long. The car just kind of dying off the line and not really going anywhere, so still some problems to sort out for Ryan Griffin and the team out of Olympia, Washington. Tough break, and I know not what they wanted their Doorwarz weekend to end, and they'll have to regroup and try and bring it out for the next West Coast Pro Modified event. And quick check over the track surface as Garrett Richards going into round number 2, 385 with a 494 miles an hour. That is a solid A to B run anytime you can get into the 380 territory. And Richards, who struggled on the first 2 passes of the weekend, has come back and put together some strong 3-second runs the last 3 times now that he's been out on the racetrack.
So I'm sure that's a pretty frustrated team over there. A lot of hard work goes into preparing for an event like this.
Oh, okay. No, but this is nothing then, right? This is nothing.
How about giving the Richards crew a round of applause as they head down to pick up their driver, getting the round win. Garrett Richards going on into round number 2 in the Mustang. And, of course, Garrett, a very experienced racer here at Mission Raceway Park and Pro Street competition, moving into Pro Modified action as well. Is still a little bit of work. The brooms are out on the starting line from Ryan Griffin's car that, unfortunately, quit and never made it past the Christmas tree over there in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So getting ready for the next car in West Coast Pro Modified competition to roll up to the line. Going to be your number 1 qualifier. Getting the bye run into round number 2. Scott Blake coming to us out of Red Deer, Alberta. Scott, the big cubic inch nitrous combo, 950 cubic inches of nitrous assisted power for that machine. As, again, still a little bit of work going on down there in the starting line over in the Lordco side of things, as they're going to lay down some traction compound down there and still mop up anything that's left with the brooms down on the starting line. But Scott Blake put in a very solid 381 run. We mentioned 381 with a 6, just edging out Garrett Richards 381 with the 7 in qualifying to put him in the top of the qualifying order, as he'll get pushed back to allow for some of the track prep equipment to make its way over to the Lordco lane and get ready to scrape things and getting ready to move on with the rest of elimination round number 1. Of course, qualifying 4 rounds qualifying yesterday for the West Coast Pro Modified competitors coming up. Put in their best times, helped set the field, ladder the field, and going straight into eliminations here on Saturday at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip. Is, again, just a little bit of cleanup work to do, and then we'll get on with the next car to roll into the water box. Scott Blake going to be your next racer up with that bye run, as by virtue of being the number 1 qualifier.
So, folks, just want to make sure everyone's aware that we've got beer gardens today. We have relocated the beer garden from where it was yesterday. If you're down at the end of the parking lot side grandstands, helplessly looking for the beer gardens and you can't find it, that's because we've moved it to the other end of the grandstands, down here by the starting line today. So, if an ice-cold adult beverage is something that sounds good right now, head on over there. Conversely, over on the tower side, underneath the grandstands, is Barry and Shelley's coffee stand. Absolutely awesome hot and cold coffee products, along with those little donuts.
And how good are those little donuts? I got to tell you, we've sampled plenty of them over the weekend already.
They are quite something. You don't have to take my word for it. They've got plenty of them over there. And they're like practically free. I can't remember how much they are, but they're practically free.
$6, I believe, which is, yeah, it is practically free. We have been given the insider information, or not insider information. If you go down and visit the donut stand, Mini Donuts, of course, they also got, I can tell you from personal experience, ice frappes, which are ice frappuccinos, which are really good as well. Other selection of hot and cold drinks, beverages. Head on down, get yourself some Mini Donuts, as well as maybe a cool, refreshing iced tea, which could go well as we are experiencing the sun in the Fraser Valley, which has been a rarity so far up until this point, and having a great weekend so far racing action. So thanks, everybody, for coming on out here, checking out the program at Mission Raceway Park. And, man, oh, man, we are just getting started. First pass of eliminations for West Coast Pro Modifieds in the books, and still a full stage and lanes of Pro Modified competitors. Top Fuel Harleys lined up as well in the lanes. They're going to be coming up after Pro Mod action. So two-wheeled action here for Doorwarz. Plenty of things to check out as well.
I know it was disappearing quite quickly, but you can get your Doorwarz merch. If you have not yet gotten yourself a t-shirt, a hat, a hoodie, those are available at the Pro Shop. I understand certain sizes were disappearing pretty quick. I have not gotten an update in some time, so I can't guarantee you what's there, but that's where you'd find whatever is left in the way of Doorwarz merch. And also the Half Track Snack Shack is open. We don't want to forget about them. Burgers, dogs, chicken strips, they got it happening over there.
Ice cold Pepsi products, and I will say that there's an abundance of Doorwarz 12 tank tops for sale. I don't think me and John are going to be modeling those anytime soon, but if you're in the market for a tank top, make sure to head on over there. Pick up that. That's one of the things that is not in slim supply at the Pro Shop, so you can pick up all sizes. Still a Doorwarz merch, and plenty of offerings of just regular Mission Raceway Park merchandise as well in store at the Pro Shop.
So the tractor making its way off the track surface. That's always a good thing to see. And that means we're going to continue on here with round one of eliminations for West Coast Pro Mod. We've got our #1 qualifier sitting underneath the bridge. And his #1 qualifying effort earned him the bye here in round one. He essentially gets another qualifying pass.
That is why you want to try and get towards that top half of the qualifying field. Makes your race day a whole lot easier than trying to have a tough first round matchup or try and pick your way through from the bottom half and go into race day without too much data in the bank and not a whole lot in the arsenal. So Scott Blake, plenty of solid runs throughout the weekend, and he's going to try and maybe make another solid run here going down the TCS side of the racetrack. Is just like that. The next car for West Coast Pro Modified is fired and ready to roll into the water box.
So 950 cubic inches between the frame rails of that Camaro. Now, I have no idea how many nitrous bottles are in the trunk, but I'll bet you there's a nice row of them.
I was going to say there's a few stages. I think last night we were saying that just with purging the nitrous system during late night qualifying session, he killed almost every mosquito on the property. As Scott Blake getting ready to roll forward, you'll see the purge of the system here before they bring it up to the stage. Again, the crew member in front of the car, feeling out where that first bulb is to bring that driver into the beams and give them the best ideas. They got to look around the hood scoop, especially if you're in the left lane. It kind of affects visibility of the Christmas tree for all of the nitrous cars that are running the hood scoop, as well as the supercharged cars with the injector hat that sticks up out of the hood of these machines. As Scott Blake getting ready to roll her forward. Looks like one last purge of the nitrous system, and then he is going to roll it into the beams. So cool with the sound of these cars. They used to run the bullhorn style headers. They have now gone a lot of the nitrous cars to the zoomy style headers, which has really made these things a whole lot louder. And at night, you'll see the nitrous flames coming out of the side of these machines, which make for a very cool visual going down the racetrack.
Well, That did not go as planned.
Fortunately, it's a bye run, so it looks like just breaking the beams and going to move on into the next round of competition. But that thing lurched like he was going to try and make a pass, but unfortunately going through the beams, which is all he needs to do, and looks like he's fired it back up. So they have backed out Scott Blake from the beams and just have a little chat down there in the starting line about what exactly is going on at the moment. So still some discussion in the tower, down on the starting line, about what exactly is going to take place here. As that was a little bit of a unique situation that just happened down there, you could say, John.
Yes, absolutely. Now, for those that don't know, the requirements to get the win light when you have a bye are not that many. Essentially, you just have to stage the car long enough for the computer to recognize that your car's in the beams. Now, typically, once you light the second bulb, that would take place, I believe, 9/10 of a second, something like that, a little later. And your win light at that point would come on. Long before you've ever left the starting line or cut a light, a lot of people believe you actually have to record a reaction time, but in fact, that's not true. You can just simply sit in the beams, take your win light, and back up from there. You're credited with the win. What we did not see in this case was the win light come on. So that is what's under review right now. Did he properly stage the car, or did he fail to do so?
So discussion still going on here. Is I think we might get a replay in a few moments up on the Valley Tech Production big screen of just exactly what we were talking about. As regardless of the fact, Scott Blake's Camaro will have to make the push down the return road and get back to the pit area. So they're going to take a look at this one again and see what they come up with. So a little bit more discussion time necessary down on the starting line. So again, that beautifully built Robert Hayes race car's Camaro is again making the silent trip down the return road and came in as the #1 qualifier. Well, down at the far end, we, of course, got the Hard Knox Stunt team still doing their thing as they have their drift ride-alongs. And they're going to be coming up here to the starting line once we get through Pro Mod eliminations, as well as the top Fuel Harleys. And we'll get ready to get on in. And Carl here from Hard Knox is, again, up in the tower. Has been hanging out with us for the majority of the event. And for people that might have just strolled in and missed out on some of the previous announcements, you guys are doing some drift ride-alongs at the far end of the facility where you can see the smoke rising from down the road course to help raise funds for a good cause.
Yeah, the guys have been down there all day, burning off tires, taking people for rides. You can get yourself a ride a little later on. We're going to be lining up now for the Hard Knox Stunts demo show coming up right under the spectator bridge here in a few minutes. Hang around for it. Won't be long. We're going to finish up these couple classes here, and then these guys are going to do a demo for you, and then we'll get back to ride-alongs. $40, credit card or cash. You can go down there, take yourself a ride in a drift car, do a couple laps, get super scared, and then do it again. All for charity. So we'll be back with those guys in just a little bit as we figure out this drag racing controversy.
So, folks, we certainly appreciate your patience while we get this sorted out. This is, well, a little bit of a delicate situation, and we want to make every effort we can to make sure that we get it right.
It's not often you see drag racing calls go down to replay review on this one. It's almost like it's MLB or NFL or something. This is a new one. I've never seen this before.
No, that is true. We typically rely on the computer for most decisions to be made for us, and that, in a sense, did happen. We did not see the win light on. The computer did not credit him with the win. But, well, we can get back to this a little later. For right now, we've got the next pair fired up and ready to go.
We'll keep you posted with updates as we receive them.
So it's going to be Steve Horn, tower side of the racetrack, in the Willies. Dave Mendez out of Tualatin, Oregon, in a 2010 Challenger. Got the burnout done. He's making his way back here to the starting line. And he's backing up almost all the way back into the water. So being motioned forward by the race director.
We were saying, John, that that Challenger, very unique in Pro Mod racing, as it actually started as a street car. So there's still some Challenger DNA in it as opposed to Steve Horn's machine, which is a complete purpose-built race car with a composite replica body of a 41 Willys. The supercharged combo up against the twin turbocharged Challenger. Here we go for the next pair in West Coast Pro Modified Elimination round number 1.
Well, Steve Horn's moving on to round number 2, 391, 188 for Horn in the Willies. Almost ran what he qualified with. And for Dave Mendez, I'm going to say that looked like what was probably his best run of the weekend so far in the losing effort.
By a bunch. Was not in the 4-second zone at all, but a 4:15 with a 185 miles an hour, and that team looked very happy down in the starting line to at least put up A solid number, picking it up by 1.3 seconds over what he qualified with in the ET department. So major improvement, and really the first A to B run of the weekend for the racer out of Oregon for Dave Mendez, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short to Steve Horn's 391 with a 5, sub 1 seconds to 60 foot, 0.980 to the 60 foot mark for Steve Horn out of Burnaby in the JS Power Sports team. Picking up the round win. Going to go on in round number 2 of competition is Battle of the Nitrous Cars coming up next.
So, 2 more. Tony Moretto along with Ryan Hayward. Tony Moretto out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, in the Mistress. Tower side of the racetrack. He'll be taking on Ryan Hayward. Hayward out of Marysville, Washington. The 69 Camaro you see backing up in the Lordco lane. Code Blue.
Ryan Hayward coming in as your number 4 qualifier, facing off against the number 11 qualifier, which is Tony Moretto in that 55 Chevy Bel Air. Hayward taking out the season opening win with the West Coast Pro Modifieds down at Pacific Raceways, trying to make it 2 for 2 to start the year for the racer out of Marysville, Washington. 959 cubic inches of rare Morrison power with, a few kits of nitrous on it. And Tony Moretto almost sounds quaint by comparison, only 903 cubic inches of nitrous combo for the Jerry Bickle race cars built 55 Chevy.
So 1,862 cubic inches down there on the starting line right now. That's an impressive number.
And we'll see if it's going to be an impressive pairing here in just a few moments. Moretto trying to make an A to B run. When this car does run a number, it'll go into the 4-0 territory. That is right where Ryan Hayward has been. He only got one run where he really made it A to B and got into the 390s. We'll see what happens as Hayward goes in.
Well, Hayward's moving on. How about 393 at 195.74 miles an hour? Nice mile per hour at the 8th mile finish line for Ryan Hayward. So Tony Moretto actually left harder. Did not have the reaction time advantage, but he did have the better 60-foot number. And in running 4:47 in the losing effort, that was his best number of the weekend.
It was, as you mentioned, strong early numbers. If he could have carried that one out, could have been a solid run in the elapsed time department and speed department. Unfortunately, coming up a little bit short there, running into trouble around the 330-foot mark. And Tony Moretto going to get knocked out in round number 1. Ryan Hayward moves on into round number 2 of eliminations.
And just a little follow-up on what happened a little earlier in this opening round. We saw Scott Blake, our number 1 qualifier, on his bye run, have a little issue on the starting line. There was some confusion over that. Well, the decision has been made that he will reappear in round number 2. He is in the field.
So Scott Blake going to move on to face either Nick Duda or Eric Horvath. That is still to be determined, as it's Dave Kowalski and Eric Halverson, the next pair.
So Dave Kowalski buzzing that thing through the burnout.
Revved her to the moon and back for Dave Kowalski. The Captain Caveman crew is looking on as they back up that C7 Vet from the burnout. Eric Halverson, one of our Washington State competitors, the 70 Camaro with 2 supercharged Hemis a pair and the Mike Janis injector on the top of Eric Halverson's machine, as he is a former winner here at Doorwarz when that was a nitrous combo that they ran in that car, an Outlaw 10.5 competition. Got the big tires on the back of it for the last few years, and former winner with the West Coast Pro Modifieds, having a little bit of a tough go of it this weekend, as he has not been able to get down the racetrack on any of his qualifying runs. But getting ready to come up against David Kowalski coming into this pairing. Kowalski, number 5 qualifier. Halverson, the number 10 qualifier. Kowalski's best run, a 4:02 in round number 2 of qualifying yesterday.
So we're just about staged up and ready to go. Kowalski versus Halverson. Opening round action here in West Coast Pro Mons at Doorwarz 12. Both cars pre-staged. Kowalski and Halverson in. Wow. So Kowalski was the first to lose traction. Almost immediately thereafter, Halverson gets loose and is forced to lift. Kowalski sees that and says, I'm hammered down. And sure enough, he got it done. 4:34, good enough for the win, 177 miles an hour. Halverson off the gas and coasts through with a 5:73.
We were saying yesterday that if it was in qualifying, you'd probably shut it off at that point. But as you said, John, as soon as Dave Kowalski saw that Eric Halverson was having the same problems, got back in it, the thing hooked back up, runs a 4:34 with a 377 miles an hour to take out the round win, 5:73 with a 0 for Eric Halverson in the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, and he is going to be out round at number 1, and his tough weekend comes to an early conclusion. So your next pair, Jake Silas out of Surrey, the 2017 Corvette, the supercharged machine with the small tire in the back of it, the 10.5 tire that usually competes. And Outlaw 275, that division not here this weekend, and so Jake stepping up, running in Pro Modified. He's going to face off against Steve Goddard out of Red Deer, Alberta, the 2008 GTO, the nitrous-assisted machine in the Lordco lane.
So Skosilis rolls into the burnout with a bunch of speed. Goddard doing a little more of a traditional burnout from a standstill. With the burnouts done, these guys will get themselves backed up. And when ready, roll forward and put them in the beams.
So coming in with this pairing, your number 6 and 9 qualifier facing off to see who's going to square up against Steve Horn in round number 2. Goddard coming in with a 4:08 with a 6 is his best run of the weekend. 4:62 with a 5 for Skosilis, who lifted the blower on that run. Skipped out on the last session last night to make sure everything was buttoned back up and ready to go, and bringing her back out for round 1 of eliminations today is, it used to be Dakota Jake. He had the Dakota that is now part of the JS Power Sports fleet that Derek Shirk's running in Canada West Doorslammer competition before they built this wicked C7 Vet. And he's going to face off against Steve Goddard, who's been running 14s or 4.0s pretty much all weekend.
Well, it's going to be Steve Goddard off to round number 2. Not sure what happened to Jake Skosilis on the starting line, but the Corvette just did not want to move.
Yeah, very lazy early numbers, only a 144 to 60 foot, and then it kind of came back into its own. And 5:15 with a 959 miles an hour. As you get a look at it in the instant replay, and you can see Goddard already had about 4 car lengths on him before they even got past the Christmas tree. Steve Goddard, a 4:11 with a 577 miles an hour. For Steve Goddard out of Red Deer, Alberta. And what I say, he's been running 14s or 4.0s all weekend. Runs a 14, low 14, 4:11 for the GTO. Going to move into round number 2 of eliminations.
So out of 13 cars qualified in this field, 2 of them are Pontiacs. Those are pretty good odds for Pontiac.
I think that's the best odds for Pontiac and motorsports in years.
Absolutely. So we just saw Steve Goddard get through. And now we've got the second Pontiac rolling up, tower side, Eric Horvath. Eric Horvath, tower side of the racetrack in a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. He will take on Nick Duda. Duda in the spectator lane, or Lordco lane, if you will, behind the wheel of his 63 Corvette. Couple of turbo combinations.
A couple of distinctly different turbocharged combinations. Turbocharged Hemi for Eric Horvath for the racer out of Kelowna. Twin turbocharged setup. And Nick Duda with the itty-bitty small block Chevy. 393 cubic inches in comparison for Nick Duda, who, when that thing goes A to B, has been down in the 14s, flirting with the 3-second zone, and in qualifying coming into this session. Nick Duda running a 4:35.9 on an early shutoff run. And Eric Horvath running a 4:52.1, also in an early shutoff run. They come in as your number 7 and 8 qualifiers heading into the final pair for West Coast Pro Modified Elimination Round number 3. Don't go anywhere after this, though. Top Fuel Harley. Gonna come up next is Eric Horvath is pre-stage, Duda pre-stage, boost builds. Here we go.
Duda out in front, but gets into shake. He's gonna get the win. Wow. That was that'll get your attention. Eric Horvath was out in front. Duda dealing with tire shake. Then Horvath getting loose at around 350, 400 feet or so. And had a pretty good sachet there. So he wisely got out of it. Duda drove on by for the win. 430 at 170.
And I believe that Nick Duda has, claimed one for the Cone Gods. As you can see, he drove that thing right to the edge of the lane. Fortunately, after he crosses the line, doesn't matter if he crosses the center line, and boom, there goes the 1,000-foot cone. As we take a look at the instant replay once again, is Eric Horvath getting into trouble right at the 330-foot mark, and then Nick Duda's car going right to the edge of the lane after getting pushed over, and gets out of the groove and clips that 1,000-foot cone. So Nick Duda going on into round number 2 of competition. 430 with a 470 miles an hour. There's a look at the finish line cam as Duda getting him by about 4 car lengths. As Eric Horvath on and off the gas to a 460 with a 737 miles an hour, and get a replacement cone down there and get ready for the Top Fuel Harleys to take things back to the quarter mile side of things for some 2-wheel action coming up next.
And there you see the good news about the boxes. There is a great supply of them. So you see our safety crews hard at work. They're running out there making sure that we can get this program underway ASAP. Top Fuel Harleys underneath the box. Main sponsors for the Top Fuel Harley Association in 2024, you've got Rad Torque Systems, Comox, Valley Excavator Limited, ShopMyRate.ca, Big Kids Racing, and Mission Raceway Park. This is for qualifier 3 on the weekend for the Top Fuel Harleys. Harley's getting 4 total qualifiers for the weekend. This is, again, number 3 of 4. We are entering the top half of the qualifying program. Austin Christopher currently comes in with a number 1 qualifying spot with a 6:94 with a 3. Set that time down in Q1. Looking to see if he can do better this afternoon to extend that lead. The main rider chasing him right now, Nate Gagnon, ran 7:36 with a 4. That was on his second qualifying attempt. Also standing on a Q2 time as Jim Schellenberg was the number 2 qualifier, got pipped by Gagnon in Q2 yesterday. Schellenberg currently comes in 3rd. Pete Waugh, he had some problems, putting it mildly, yesterday. He was unfortunate enough, he had a head problem, we believe, and the bike was a wounded warrior, so to speak. He did not make it out for Q2. Damien Cowden also still has yet to put down a time in qualifying, so seeing if Cowden can come on out and make a hit as well. I do see 5 bikes under there, so could Pete Waugh have gotten something fixed? I see Artex Racing top comp just behind, waiting in the wings. No doubt ready to rumble as well. Tell you what, you thought the Pro Mods were sketchy. The Top Fuel Harleys are a different beast altogether. They might not have the same quarter-mile speeds that a Pro Mod does, but they're doing 200 plus on 2 wheels. And oftentimes, that front wheel is carried way past the 8th mile mark. I've seen sometimes a Harley carry that wheel all the way out to almost 1,000 feet. And when they're leaning on the bikes to keep them in the groove, they are leaning on them. So the first pair up, it'll be Nate Gagnon for the Sonic N60 machine. Nate Gagnon, of course, one of the main riders for Big Kids Racing. Comes into qualifying today, standing number 2. Currently trying to make about half a second up on Austin Christopher to go for the number 1 spot. Pete Waugh, his teammate, standing beside him with that 10-second time. Still hoping for a better outing than that run that he had in Q2. Or the run that he had in Q1 just yesterday. Looking out over the racetrack, I see that we have the correct amount of timing boxes. Once again, big ups for our track crews, hard at work, always making sure that racing action can continue as planned. And we return you back to your regularly scheduled programming. Burnout's complete. Both riders pre-staged. Waz in. Kenyon's in. Quite a bit of body English, and both riders left out early. Decided, no dice. No thank you, not for me. Kenyon goes 972. And Pete Waugh, no improvement either, 1372. So no surprises there. Kenyon's already got a half respectable time on the boards, so he'll be looking to come back for Q4. Try again. Take a look at the big screens on the instant replay. Both riders started to drift towards the center line and decided to lift out. I can almost guarantee if this were eliminations, they wouldn't have been so eager to lift. So 2 down, 3 to go. The next pairing up. I can see Jim Schellenberg, you can usually tell. Very striking blue bike compared to everybody else, running the mean black and gray colors. Jim Schellenberg entering racing action here this afternoon for Rip It Racing. Austin Christopher, your number 1 qualifier, brings it up for Fast Lane Racing out of Hope here, TCS side. Both riders away. This one looking a lot better. Schellenberg going for a number 1. Can he get there? 685. He is to the number 1 spot. Jim Schellenberg knocks Austin Christopher off the top spot. Put Schellenberg to number 1. Put your hands together. 685 for the 6. 185 miles an hour. That is going to be a hard time to beat for the rest of the top Fuel Harley field. And that was with Schellenberg backing off at the top end, too. Austin Christopher went 686 with a 2 and 213 miles an hour, but just lacked that charge at the top end to make it happen. We got Damian Cowden, the last Top Fuel Harley to run for the Parker Johnson Maxim machine. 3-time CMDRA champion rolling into the water box. Damian Cowden, the owner rider of his own team. Still with no time on the boards. Pre-staged, bumping forward those 6 more inches. Oh, smokes the tires on that one. He's gonna run down track, and it looks like this time he will at least get a time, which is good. That means he will get on the ladder, but he's gonna be looking for more come Q4. So folks, put your hands together for the Top Fuel Harleys. They'll be back one more time before they reset for eliminations on Sunday. So we'll roll into Artex Racing Top Comp. And this will be for first round of eliminations. First pairing into the water box, a 25-car field. Ken Christensen will bring up his Pontiac GTO over here in the TCS lane. Dialed in at 775. Facing off against, that's Jan Christensen, facing off against Paul Soares. And the Soares Transport Pontiac dialed at 812. Paul Soares is going to leave with a handicap start over Jan Christensen. Soares enters as the 16th qualifier with an 811. Jan Christensen, a 769, puts him in at the 11th spot. Two green lights, and oh dear. One of them is nothing to write home about. I feel like this is going to go the way of the right lane, and it sure enough does. Jan Christensen, 4/10 down on the tree. Paul Soares with an easy pass into the next round. Next pairing up, we're going to bring up Jamie Wellwood. Run to the TNT Auto Parts Bantam Altered. Down at 830. Racing Scott Robinson in the 768 Titanium Autogroup 1994 Beretta. Number 8 qualifier going up against the number 19 qualifier. Wellwood leading first. 8:67 was the qualifying time. Scott Robinson looking to chase him down, but once again, this one, no contest. Jamie Wellwood with an easy pass. Gonna take it up. So we'll see the Bantam altered into round number 2. Cam Shantz brings up the Shantz Enterprises Roadster, dialed at 886, facing off against Jeremy Soares, one of the few dragsters in this class. Jeremy Soares enters as your number 6 qualifier with a 740 with a 5. Cam Shantz, the number 21 qualifier. Shantz is away, Soares is away, and Shantz goes red! 3,000 round of the tree for Cam Shantz, put Jeremy Soares into the next round. Attention to the pits, attention to pits. Outlaw 275 and need you to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw 275 to lanes 1 and 2 for Limited and Real Street. You are on standby. Outlaw 275 to 1 and 2. Limited Street and Real Street, you're on standby. Rod LeClaire, next one up, running the 686 dial for the Paradise Homes Camaro. Usually races in Canada West Doorslammers, backed out of Doorslammers action to come run Top Comp. Ryan Johnson beside him for the Nasty Fish Racing Investors Group 1969 Camaro, dialed at 999. LeClaire, your number 2 qualifier, 686 with a 3 to put himself to the number 2 spot. Both drivers away on green lights, one of them very green, and that's going to go the way of Ryan Johnston, moving on by a mere 7 thousandths of a second. That one was won on the starting line. LeClaire was off by a quarter of a second on the trio with that one. Not an ideal run. We'll bring up Kimberly John Kine for Titanium Autogroup JBS Equipment and Bubba Speed, shoved out at 754 in the Yancer. Facing off against Kathy Freeborn for Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, dialed at 859 in the Camaro. Kimberly Johnkind with a last-minute charge put herself to the number 9 qualifying spot after not having a good effort earlier on. Well, talk about a lucky break. Kathy Freeborn goes 0.05 of a second red, and that saves Kimberly Johnkine's tail because she was over a second on the reaction time. So lucking out in a round 2 at that one.
Well, Nolan, here we are, round number 1 of Top Comp. So I was headed back to the truck to kind of get ready for the upcoming round 1, but then the call was made for 275, so apparently I've got a little bit of time on my hands, so I thought I'd pop back up here. So Dale Phillips and Colton Morin gonna face off. Colton Morin in his first round of elimination since earning his advanced ET license yesterday. Colton Morin just recently making the step up from a junior dragster to a full-size dragster. Well, tough break for Colton Morin. Basically was facing a broken opponent, but he turned it red by 30 thou. So Dale Phillips over there in the Mustang is going to be the guy coming back for round number 2. Now, just out of curiosity, let's see what he runs on his 774 dial for a winning pass. How about 32.47 seconds?
It's not something you see every day, is it?
So he's above his dial by 24.73 seconds. But here's the deal. Any way you can get a win, you take it. That's how it works. Now it's going to be James Kennedy and Chris Stone facing off. Kennedy, tower side in his 04 Pontiac Grand Am, just recently rebuilt. Dialed in at 709. Chris Stone over in the right lane, or the Lordco Auto Parts lane, behind the wheel of his Stone Cold Racing 68 Dodge Dart. Is dialed 981. Stone's going to get a healthy head start. James Kennedy will then have to run him down. Chris Stone's got the dart pre-staged, waiting for Kennedy to get there. Now both cars pre-staged. Kennedy rolls in. Stone lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. And I don't know what happened to James Kennedy's side of the tree. 993 on the 981 dial.
Aaron Phillips, the next one up, racing against Mike Lucas. 820 to a 733. And number 5 to number 22 qualifier. Now this time it's Mike Lucas that's on a delay. And Aaron Phillips going to take home the win with this one. Mike Lucas knocked out.
So here we go, Darren O'Connor and Keith Peterson. Peterson in the right lane behind the wheel of the Mustang Roadster. Making use of the throttle stop. Darren O'Connor going to try chase him down. Peterson with the better reaction time. But it's Darren O'Connor turning the win light on. 732 on the 734. Good for the win, as Keith Peterson was a little further under, going 947 on the 950. So Peterson with a 006 light had the starting line advantage, but did not parlay that into a win light at the finish line. That'll set up our next pair. Emily Gerard and Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung, regular runner with the Doorslammers, doing duty here in Top Comp this weekend. Emily Gerard, former junior veteran, Towerside. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Limited street, limited street. We need limited street to lanes 5 and 6. One more time, limited street. This is your call to the lanes. We need limited street to lanes 5 and 6. We'll also make a call for real street. Real street, this is your call to the staging lanes. We will take real street into lanes 3 and 4. So we've been talking a little bit today about the 50-50 draw for Team on a Mission. First off, big shout out to the all the hardworking ladies and other volunteers that have spent their afternoon out there selling tickets. They have done a bang-up job. There's going to be $1,127 going to the winner. That's right, I said $1,127. So everybody, get your tickets out. I'm going to read a number off. Starts with a 4. 490-5134. That number once again, 490-5134. Now it's tradition here at Mission Raceway that we give you 13 minutes and 20 seconds, because there's 1,320 feet to a quarter mile, to come up here to the timing tower, second floor of the timing tower, and claim your prize. Otherwise, we split it up amongst the announcers. So that's how that works. So that winning number, one more time, 490-5134. So we just saw Brian Ritchie on what was essentially a freebie. He had a competition single. That's what happens when your opponent, as per the ladder, is unable to make the call. So Brian Ritchie will reappear in round number 2. And once again, we have the same thing going on. Andy Hatton should be facing Derek Shirk here in round number 1, but Derek Shirk broken, not able to make the call, so Andy Hatton will get a solo pass. He's chosen 825 as his prediction.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ness. More exciting news for you, by the way. So anybody who's entered into the Mustang draw by July 14th is also going to be entered to win 2 Saturday Rockstar VIP tickets to Street Outlaws No Prep Kings. So you'll get to come and experience up close and personal at the Titanium Strip when they're here taking on Western Canada's best no prep racers. We hope to see you out here.
Hey, so whoever won that 50-50 draw, your time is running out. You better get yourself back up here to the second floor of the timing tower pretty quick. You've got about 6 minutes left or thereabouts to claim your ticket. I'm going to read the number one more time. 490-5134. That number, once again, everybody, check your 50-50 tickets. 490-5134. 490-5134. And now I'm going to turn things over to our Hard Knocks announcer.
All right, this is Carl from the Hard Knocks team. Guys, we're getting ready to go here. Hard Knocks Stunts, we're here to do a demo for you guys. After this demo, you can make your way down to the other end, get some rides in these drift cars.
So we need to rerun that one, let's go. That one, and that one.
All right, we're gonna do ride-alongs all day long. We've been doing it this morning, all for charity. $40 for a ride. These guys are coming out right now. Thank you to everyone who helped make this possible. Our Hard Knocks Stunt team, Dark Lotus Drift team, Action Tire, Rain City Sports, and the rest of these guys. Here they come. In the Nissan S13, you've got Gaston Morrison. Alex Stein's riding that black BMW E46. Allison Pickett in the black G35. There's Gaston right there with the Action Tire sign coming around. They were told not to hit those blue poles, but you don't know if they're gonna or not. They're not very talented drivers, as you can see. A lot of these guys and girls, stunt performers from the movie industry, coming out here to do some driving for you guys. Thanks to SCG Performance, Rain City, Action Tires, Real Stunt Driving School, Mission Raceway, BCDA, Augmented Racing, and Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, all helping these guys out so they can come out and put on a show. And you could be in one of these cars for charity, stunt driving, drift car ride-alongs happening down at the west end of the drag strip. Go look for the Action Tire tent. You're going to go for a ride with these guys. Rick Hanley going to be coming around this time in a minute in the gold Mustang. We got Allison Pickett out there in the G35. Shelby Moreau also in a G35 coupe. Rick Pierce in the black BMW E46. And these guys are all going to be coming around doing a show all day long in this drift demo for you guys. As they set back up, they're going to come back around. So fun. You can smash into each other. No one calls ICBC. You probably won't even get a ticket. You can even drive your mom's car out here. Just got to weld the diff when she's not looking and then just go and burn that thing out. Yeah, she won't know. Here they come back in the BMW. There's Gaston. Whoa, Gaston almost hit the blue thing. Don't hit the blue thing. Side by side 360s. Coming around, blowing some smoke around. Look out. Switching sides. Here they go. We're watching them practice this morning. Whoa, Gaston Howard gets wild. I've seen him on the motocross track before, and he is a wild man. Don't hit that porta-can. There'll be blue goo everywhere. Backing around the backside. There it is. Gaston Morrison finishing things up right there. He switched from the ski truck to the Nissan. Coming through again. One more time as they line them up. Let's hear it for our drift show, you guys. Gaston Morrison, Alex Steins, Allison Pickett, Shelby Moreau, Rick Pierce, And Ryan Handley, all your drift drivers, whoa, look out. Don't park there, here comes the tractor. And Morrison comes through, one more time, nice job. Hard Knox Stunts drift show, thanks a lot, you guys. What a job. That is $9,000 in tires right there. they do not get them for free. They're movie guys, they have lots of money. They get free, they don't even get them for free. They don't need free tires. If these guys ask for free tires, tell them no. Pay for your tires. Don't be cheap. There we go, Stunt Show. We're going back to drag racing here, you guys. Thanks a lot. Go on down one more time to the very end for your ride-alongs. $40 credit card or cash. Go for a ride in one of these cars today. Head on down. There's lots of time left in the day to go for a ride. And we'll see you guys in a little while.
Hey, great job there, buddy. Great job, drivers. Folks, give those drivers a round of applause. Well deserved. So are you guys coming back again a little later, or is that it? All right, we're going to see the Hard Knox team come back just a little bit later. At least one time, possibly more than that. But we're looking forward to that already. So, and hey, if you're interested in taking a ride along, and how cool would that be? You can do so up until 8 p.m. tonight. So where do you get yourself signed up? How do you go about that? So basically, you just want to head down to the far end of the parking lot side. You'll find the Action Tire Tent down there. I'm sure it's nice and big over on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. You'll find them there. Just $40, I understand, for an experience. Come on, you can spend $40 on lunch. Well, everybody, we have had the 50-50 prize claimed. Randy Shire was our lucky winner today. Went home with over $1,100. And check this out. She was kind enough to donate some of that money back to Team on a Mission. So thank you very much, Randy Shire, and congratulations once again on your big win. And a huge thank you going out to all the Team on a Mission volunteers who put in the hard work selling those tickets and raising funds today. Great job. Hey, attention in the pits. I've got a racer up here in the tower. He's kind of locked in his own pit because somebody with a white GMC pickup truck or a silver GMC pickup truck has kind of blocked him in. I've got a license plate. Please listen up if you own a silver GMC pickup truck, RD3906. That license plate, once again, RD3906. We need you to move your truck, please. So that license plate number, one more time, and it's attached to a silver GMC pickup truck, RD3906. Could you please go move your truck? Thank you.
You see the replay of the Hard Knox Stunt team up on the big screen, and what a show that they put on every single time they come on out here. Make really good use of all of that pristine concrete that is down underneath the Lord Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Put some tire treads down on it, just as the world was intended. Track prep is currently underway. And I believe we will have Outlaw. Yes, we do. I see the West Coast Outlaws behind the tower. Outlaw 275 getting ready to run for their first round of eliminations. And it is going to be a wild show. There was a few wild passes, some massive wheels up launches, followed by some quite shattering slams back down to earth. So we'll see if anybody had some attrition as a result of that, and who will have survived to run this afternoon.
So, as is always the case, prior to running Outlaw 275, we're going to give the track a little treatment, spray a little glue out there, give it a little drag, make sure it is all that it can be. Well, because that's essentially what these guys need. Lots of horsepower, not much tire. Makes for a very cool, exciting class to watch. So again, we did make the call. We were looking for the owner of a silver GMC pickup truck with license plate number RD3906. RD3906. We need you to move your truck, please. You're blocking somebody in their pit. And while it's nice and quiet, I want to send out congrats once again to Randy Shire, our 50-50 winner today. Going home with over $1,100, and as I understand it, she does some volunteer work herself, so she was quite happy to donate back to Team on a Mission because she appreciated the volunteer efforts made by the ticket sellers here today. So that's a nice little cool twist to the 50-50 winning story. Congratulations once again, Randy Shire. So once again, good-looking little crowd we've got here today. Thank you for coming out to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. We certainly appreciate having you. Beer gardens are open. How cool is that? Right back here at the starting line. On the, what we call the spectator side, however, well, both sides are kind of the spectator side, so call it the parking lot side or the Lordco lane side of the track. Back here at the starting line, that is where you'll find the beer gardens.
It appears we're being spied upon. Yeah, we see you up there. We see you, Valley Tech drone. Well, Real Productions drone. We see you. Oh, now it's backing away. It's getting all afraid now. We scared it off. Yeah, it's running away now, aren't you? I've noticed, of course, the drone flying around. That is courtesy of Still Real Productions. Doing a fantastic job, giving us some absolutely beautiful drone shots up on the big screen and on MRP Lordco TV. They've been active all throughout yesterday and all throughout today. Giving a mighty fine look. There was a beautiful shot last night of Mount Baker on the skyline. You could just see a cloud rippling over the top. It was almost eerie. So they do an absolutely fantastic job. We're happy to have them back out with us here at Mission Raceway Park for Doorwarz 12.
A nice looking layer of rubber down on that track surface, just gleaming back at us. Tractors are making their way off the surface. They're going to back into their parking spots. Following that, we will pull the first pair out from under the bridge. Roll into round one of Outlaw 275.
Yeah, let us know as soon as should we put the
Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, especially those top comp competitors. We've got 3 reruns that we're going to have to deal with from round number 1. So I'm going to name off those pairings. If you hear your name, that means we're going to need you back up here for a rerun. Do we want these drivers back up here like ASAP for that, or when are we going to do these?
They're going to run after 275, which is on the line.
All right, so we do need you back to the lanes promptly. Chris Stone versus James Kennedy. Rod Leclerc versus Ryan Johnston. And Jan Christensen versus Brody Soares. Those names, once again, are those 3 pairings. Chris Stone and James Kennedy. Rod Leclerc and Ryan Johnston. Jan Christensen and Brody Soares. Those 3 pairings from round 1 of Top Comp. We're going to have to rerun you guys. We need you back to the staging lanes as soon as you can get here. The game plan is to squeeze you in following this opening round of... All right, Brody Soares, just disregard Paul Soares. Paul Soares is who we're looking for. Paul Soares versus Jan Christensen. We need to rerun that pairing from Top Comp, round number 1. First pair in the water. Look at who it is. Our number 1 qualifier.
Justin Gallant getting ready to come up to the ready line in his Fox Body Mustang, the 1985 Ford Mustang for BDL Auto, DMW Race Cars, and Super Steve's Tires. Gonna face off against Tyler Stamler, who got some serious hang time last night. In fact, both of these racers in the final qualifying session, pause for burnout. Both of these racers in the final qualifying session got some huge hang time down the TCS side of the racetrack. There you can see your Outlaw 275 ladder. It's going to be Gallant versus Stamler to see who gets the bye run into the semifinals. So whoever takes out the win, quarterfinals. Getting ahead of myself here. So trying to get the bye run in the quarterfinals, which will guarantee them to get into the semifinals. Justin Gallant, TCS side of the racetrack. Again, coming in as your number 1 qualifier and a 40 in Outlaw 275 competition. Again, the Outlaw 275 name, they're running on a drag radial, 10-inch wide drag radial in the back of these race cars and race truck. In the case of Tyler Stamler, who, again, went skyward, pretty much put her on the tailgate last night. Both racers building up the boost, getting ready for round one. Well, it's red light, good night for Tyler Stamler and a 451. It looks like the door might have blown off or something flying off the side of Justin Gallant's car in the TCS side of the racetrack. So Justin Gallant gets the round win, but might have had something come off the race car. 451 with the 969 miles an hour as they're going to check out the top end. There is definitely some debris coming off as we'll take a look at the instant replay up here on the big screen at Mission Raceway Park and on the Lordco Auto Parts live stream. As you can see, Tyler Stamler getting big time sideways. Justin Gallant gets to the 8th mile mark, and yep, there goes the right side door right off the side of Justin Gallant's Mustang, and still getting the round win. Tyler Stamler, problems in the S10. And again, taking a look at the instant replay, you can see the force that door comes off at. Right through and completely over the fence. The Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, still a little bit more pieces of debris, as there you can see they are picking up parts and pieces and making sure that everything is good to go. So again, checking out the top end of the racetrack, as there is the door in question in the grass in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack for Justin Gallant. Getting running a 451 with a 9, which with the heat that we have here today is a very, very solid run. Again, about a tenth slower than what he qualified, but again, going into race mode to make sure that you can get down the racetrack. And the Duda Tune small block Ford with a little turbo assistance. Plenty of power, potent combination. Looks like heading on with the rest of eliminations as long as they can get that door duct tape back in place and ready to go for round 2.
They are masters of duct tape. Hey, so a little bit more clarification on these reruns. So Paul Soares, you can just kind of sit back, hold off just a little bit because your opponent, Jan Christensen, is already in the lanes for another class with another car. Meanwhile, Chris Stone, James Kennedy, we are still looking for you to get to the staging lanes as quickly as you reasonably can. And Rod Leclerc along with Ryan Johnston. We are looking for that pair in the staging lanes as well. The third pairing, Jan Christensen and Paul Soares, we're going to hold off on that pairing just a little bit.
All right, we'll make another call for Real Street to head to the lanes. Real Street, we need you guys to the lanes. Still getting the top end cleared off as bits and pieces flying everywhere as Justin Gallant, TCS side of the racetrack, taking out the round win. And Tyler Stamler doing a good job to hang on to the S10 as it got big time sideways as soon as it got past the Christmas tree. So Gallant, your number 1 qualifier, taking out the number 14 qualifier. He's going to move on in and have a bye run in round number 2, which pretty much gives him a free pass to the semifinals.
Another very cool pairing coming up here in round 1 of Outlaw 275.
So make the call for juniors to the lanes. Junior Street, hang on, holding off on that one. The Wicked Pro Charge combination for Neil Richards out of Edmonton, the 1979 Mercury Zephyr. Getting backed up from the burnout, the car that they call the Cream Dream, the Milron truck body sponsored machine that is also the sponsor of the series here for Outlaw 275. Jason Gagnon over in the Lordco lane, the Angle Plug 1970 Nova. Back behind the wheel of his own race car for 2024. Your 7 and 8 qualifiers heading into eliminations.
So Neil Richards, leaving no doubt about where he's from. Proudly flying the Canadian flag off the trunk of the Mercury Zephyr.
So Neil going to get brought into the beams. Your number 7 and 8 qualifiers. Richards coming in with a 4:56 with an 8. Jason Gagnon qualifying into the number 8 spot at a 4:58 with a 2.
Well, this is no contest. It was all Neil Richards. Started off with an 0:17 reaction time. That is a pretty good light on a Pro 410's tree. At the finish line, he's 4:62, 151 miles an hour. So very nice lap for Neil Richards. And, well, pretty much nothing went right for Jason Gagnon.
No, it did not. So Jason Gagnon out of Kelowna going to be out in round number 1, one of the racers that we are used to seeing go rounds. When it comes time to elimination, it's Justin Collin out of Airdrie, Alberta. Going to go up against fellow Albertan Spruce Grove's Chris Gould. So Chris Gould, the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the 2000 Ford Mustang, the turbocharged machine for CT Automotive. And Justin Collin, big cubic inch nitrous combo, probably the biggest cubic inch nitrous combo on the property when it comes to Outlaw 275 competition. 632 cubic inches, a big block Chevy, powering that Fox-bodied Mustang down the 8th mile with that little bitty radial tire in the back of these race cars, which it's got to start out as a factory-produced machine. Then you can alter it in a few ways. Got to have steel quarters, steel roof still in the car, as purging the nitrous system for Justin Collin, who has got the T-tops in that machine that he has had since high school. Last time it was at Mission Raceway Park. Well, you can look at the left rear quarter panel to find out how that went, as Justin rebuilding the car over the last year or so and coming back, making its debut since then here at Doorwarz and coming in as the higher qualified opponent. No problems with that run. 4:59 with a 4, 150 miles an hour for Justin Collin, getting the job done.
So got to congratulate those guys for their starting line efforts. Justin Collin getting the win was 012 on the tree. Chris Gould in the Lordco lane was 006. For 275 cars hitting a Pro 410's tree, man, that is pretty good.
Yeah, any reaction time that starts with an O is fairly decent, and then you start getting into the territories, but to see those within about 6 thousandths of each other, that is getting it done on the Christmas tree, is Mandy Brooks and Parm Jawanda. Mandy, number 6 qualifiers, we'll call Junior Street. Junior Street for Peden Industries to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Mandy Brooks coming in as the number 6 qualifier. Of course, Mandy used to have a green Nova that used to run out here. in limited street competition, as well as Outlaw 275, stepping up the program big time with his ex-Ken Sahota Chevy Malibu, the 1981 Chevy Malibu, up against Parm Jawanda. Jawanda, the night shift Mustang. Last time the West Coast Outlaws ran a race here at Mission Raceway Park, tail end of last September, Parm Jawanda got the win, his first win with the West Coast Outlaws in that 1991 Ford Mustang with the turbocharged mount. Mandy Brooks, the big cubic inch nitrous combo that we saw Justin Collin run. Well, a little bit smaller in Mandy's case, but still purging the nitrous system for the Malibu that waited until its final qualifying run last night to shoot up the list. 4:56 with a 6, putting her in the number 6 spot. Parm Jawanda coming in as your number 9 qualifier with a 4:66 with a 6. So Brooks with lane choice, taking the TCS side of the racetrack. Jawanda over the Lordco lane. Both racers pre-stage, waiting on him to turn on the bottom bulb. Reaction time advantage was to Parm Jawanda, 068 in the tree, but Mandy Brooks driving around the night shift Mustang that has problems at, all right, about the 60-foot mark. Yeah, as soon as it got past the Christmas tree, Parm having to pedal it, 525 with an 8, 150 miles an hour, 468. Trouble-free run for Mandy Brooks, 154 miles an hour. Going to move on into round number 2 of competition. So John Cuglietta coming up against Chris Brenton, the 2 turbocharged machines. John Cuglietta coming in as the number 5 qualifier, 455 with an O. Chris Brenton coming in as your number 10 qualifier with a 473 with a 9 in the Chevy 2 over in the Lordco lane. SMC Race Cars tuned machine up against Balboa, that gold 2004 Mustang with the LX power plant underneath the hood with the turbocharger strapped on for good measure.
So I'll jump in real quick here before these guys stage and make a bunch of noise. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Junior Street. Junior Street. We need you to start making your way to the staging lanes. Junior Street. This is your call to the lanes. Junior Dragsters. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Junior Dragsters. We're also looking for a Trevor Kinsey. Trevor Kinsey, we need you in the staging lanes for Real Street. Trevor Kinsey. Please make your way to the staging lanes, or if you are not able to make the call for first round, please let us know.
Well, how about that? Chris Brenton pedaling his way to a round win, 476 with an 865 miles an hour. John Cuglietta, the higher qualified car, blowing the tires off pretty much at the hit, and it's all Chris Brenton from there. The Tailblazers finish line cam up on the big screen and on the MRP Lucas Oil TV live feed. So Chris Brenton going to move on into round number 2 for the racer out of Vancouver, Washington. So Dan Rodrigue coming in as your number 2 qualifier. The only other car other than Justin Gallant in the 440 zone. 443 with a 0 up against Steve Voigt in the GTO. So the GTO over there in the Lordco lane, the car that started out in Australia is the Holden Monaro. I got put some Pontiac badges on that. The mid-2000s, Steve Voigt out of Puyallup, Washington. Bringing it up to the ready line to try and face off against your number 2 qualifier, Voigt, the number 13 qualifier. Flickering on that top ball, big cubic inch nitrous combo for Rod Reed, your defending West Coast Outlaw champion in the Boo, the 1981 Malibu. Rod Reed getting to the stripe first, and a whole lot of smoke from Steve Voigt over in the Lordco lane, as might have had something expire underneath the hood of the GTO, as Dan Rodrigue going to get the round win, a 462 with a 9, 152 miles an hour. As you get a look up there in the instant replay, Steve able to make the turnoff in the GTO, but again, obviously going to have to take a look at the top end of the racetrack. There is a lot of smoke, as you'll see it up there on the instant replay, is pretty much as soon as he crossed the finish line, and that does not look very good in the GTO in the Lordco lane, so tough break there for Steve and the team. As Scott Schulhauser getting ready your next pair, but obviously a quick check of the top end needed.
So we'll cross our fingers and hope for the best, but that did not look good for the Lordco lane up there. Safety out there as we speak, having a look. We'll await news.
Still smoking in the turnoff.
Yeah, something went wrong.
So again, still checking the top end, and as Alan Reinhardt, the NHRA announcer, would say, I think that thing went kaplooey. The highly technical term there, as Scott Schulhauser from Calgary was going to be the next pair with Scott Letson out of Spokane, but going to back him up, and unfortunately, by the looks of things, give some space for the tractors to roll out to head on down to the top end. So after round 1 of Outlaw 275, again, going to roll into Rocco's Diner Limited Street here at Mission Raceway Park, as you get an overhead view of the top end here at Mission Raceway Park. And see that Steve Voigt making the turnoff there in the GTO, and does look like there is maybe a little bit of something behind that GTO, unfortunately. As again, getting a look at the final turnoff up there on the big screen is Dan Rodrigue, no question about that, punching his ticket into round number 2 of competition. 462 with a 9. Solid run there for Rodrigue and the Ken Specialty Automotive, Milron McGraw Metalworks, West Star Trailer, SD Performance Machine, and Steve Voigt running his best run of the weekend, but unfortunately sacrificing one to the horsepower gods with a 517 with a 233 miles an hour. Is again the tractor making a trip up there to the top end, and the safety team are going to get out there and do probably the broom shuffle down there as well. Well, the good news is, sounds like there's a very light amount of fluid down on the racetrack at the top end, so not quite as long of a cleanup as we were expecting. It's still going to require a few passes with the tractors to make sure that everything is A-OK. Is pretty much starts down there at the 1,000-foot cone, which is what you can see the tractors starting at right before you get to the quarter-mile trap. So a little bit less than what we thought cleanup-wise was, and sounds like it dissipates as it goes on, which is good news in the cleanup department. And a reminder, we have only called Junior Street. Again, Junior Street is the only junior category that we have called to the lanes. So, Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder. You guys are still on standby, so hang tight in your pit area for the moment until we call you guys to the lanes. Again, Junior Street is the only division that has been called to the lanes out of the Peden Industries junior classes. Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder. You guys can hold off on making your way to the staging lanes as you guys are only on standby.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Here you see those drift-alongs on the big screen up at the top end of the racetrack, and they are still very much open for ride-alongs. If you want to take a look at the drift ride-alongs, once again, go to the Action Tire tent, top end of the racetrack at the road course pits. All proceeds are going, of course, to charity this afternoon, to Variety Children's Charity. And they have raised a good bit today, and I am sure they would be more than happy to take you for a ride.
Oh, here we go. The sound of tractors has been replaced by the sound of race cars, which is a good thing. Scott Letson out of Spokane, getting ready to go up against Scott Schulhauser in the Battle of the Scots. Scott Schulhauser from Calgary. Schulhauser, your number 3 qualifier, laying down a very good run last night. 4:52 with a 2. And Scott Letson, 5:13 with a 6. Your number 12 qualifier coming into round number 1 of eliminations. The racer out of Spokane. The SMC Race Cars Tuned Machine facing off against Scott Schulhauser, who in the early days of this category, when it was still running to the quarter mile here at Doorwarz, was a real threat and a real contender. Took some time out, came back, and some updates to the Mustang over in the Lordco lane, and has been running some pretty solid passes, switching things up as he is elected to take the Lordco side of the racetrack with lane choice over Scott Letson. Both racers pre-stage, both racers building up the boost. Here we go, final pair for Outlaw 275. Both racers struggling a little bit with traction, but it's going to be Schulhauser on and off the gas and on his way into round number 2, 494 with an O. At 158 miles an hour, you can see Schulhauser getting nice and sideways just past the Christmas tree, and then able to pedal his way through those problems, get himself to the top end first. 5:14 with a 941 miles an hour in losing effort for Scott Letson. Well, a little two-wheeled action here from our pair of Pro Mod bikes before we roll into Limited Street.
Steve Abruzzini and Rob Aston, the 2 Exhibition Pro Mod bikes here this afternoon. And remember, Rob Aston trying to see if he can't become the first street bike, well, a street tire bike, to go into the 6-second bracket. His fastest time of the weekend. He did reset his personal best twice. First with a 7:12 and then a 7:11. Both of those were last night. So that bike is very much on the verge of being able to get there, but still looking for a little bit more. So the Cure Suzuki going up with Zen Custom Homes against Steve Abruzzini's Phoenix for PRP Automotive in the CBR 1100 XX. Both riders away. Aston trying to chase that 6-second time. Can he get it done? Yes, he does. 6:93, 205 miles an hour. Aston's done it. The goal's been beat.
So why that is such a big achievement is he is the first motorcycle on a street tire in Canada to run a 6-second pass, again, a street-legal tire on the back of a Hayabusa, and a 693 with a 4, 205 miles an hour, almost 0.2 quicker than his PB run.
So, folks, put your hands together. You have just seen history at Mission Raceway Park with the first 6-second pass in Canada on a street tire bike.
So it looks like a quick check of the racetrack is starting line crew going up and checking out the TCS lane. Steve Abruzzini, a 7:31 with the 995 miles an hour As again, Rob Aston out of Calgary, 693 with a 4 over 200 miles an hour in the Hayabusa. Fastest he had been going into the weekend was a 7:14 at 199 miles an hour, improving on that big time. Here, finally running that coveted 6-second time slip. As again, having a look at the top end of the racetrack, it sounds like maybe a little bit of fluid from Steve Abusini's bike in the TCS side of the racetrack, which is what the holdup is. As we get ready to roll in to Limited Street, round number 1. So Rocco's Diner, Limited Street, going to be up next. Unfortunately, the tractor going to have to make another pass. They've been making a little bit more passes than we like to see, but going to have to make a run on down to the top end, TCS side of things, and deal with that. As, again, should be not too much longer in the cleanup department. Limited Streets. Josh Collin. Looks like he's going to get the competition single as Chris McGraw was supposed to be in the other lane, but as you can clearly see, there is no red fox-bodied Mustang. Josh Collin. The Mercury wagon coming in as your number 3 qualifier. Saw Justin Collin in an Outlaw 275 competition, the other half of the Collin family team. 536 with a 9, a little bit more limited on what you can do here in Limited Street, hence the name. It's still running on that radial tire that you have to try and figure out how to apply the horsepower through, and that is why the track requires just a little bit extra prep before these guys head out, just to make sure it's got as much grip as possible. As Josh Collin out of Calgary getting ready to see what he can do as he's got the competition single into round number 2. Quick pedal for the wagon and to the top end, 588 with an 824 miles an hour for Josh Collin as he'll make his way into round number 2. And we'll get ready for our first pair of eliminations. Dennis Drummond going up against Pat Hearn. So Dennis Drummond out of Crossfield, Alberta, the Legacy Autogroup and True North Trucks. 03 Cobra Mustang. Facing off against Pat Hearn. Pat over in the Lordco lane. And the Angry Bird Mustang, the two different generations of Mustangs facing off against each other. Of course, Dennis's generation immediately following the Fox body. 2 turbocharged combinations on either side of the racetrack. Turbocharged small blocks on either side of the racetrack, as well as Pat Hearn getting ready to build up the boost. So's Dennis Drummond, who's going to move on into round number 2. We're about to find out. Spinning up the rear tires is Pat Hearn. No problems getting down the TCS side of the racetrack. That is Dennis Drummond. 547 with a 3, 126 miles an hour. Max Nielsen backing up for the burnout. Last night ran the first ever 5.0 pass in the history of the category. 5.08 coming into eliminations with the last pass last night. He is going to face off against Matt Robert. Robert out of Airdrie, Alberta, the Akron Solutions, Archon Solutions, step number 2 there. 79 Camaro. And the Lordco lane, Nielsen with lane choice, electing to take the TCS side of the racetrack. And Max Nielsen, your defending champion in West Coast Outlaws Limited Street, winner of the inaugural Just Send It Shootout last year at the Rad Torque Raceway. Both racers pre-staged. Here we go for the next pair in Limited Street action. Nielsen having to catch it with a quick pedal, gets to the stripe, 563 with an 132 miles an hour, and a 670 with a 7 for Matt Robert, who also was having troubles trying to get that Camaro down the racetrack, but less troubles for Max Nielsen, your defending champion in the category, moves on to round number 2. So, it's supposed to be Vanessa Richards versus Jordy Lazick. Battle of the Gen 3 speed prepared nitrous assisted machines, but looks like it's going to be Vanessa Richards all by her lonesome. The Y50 Fox bodied Mustang. So Vanessa Richards, the racer from Kelowna, your defending Doorwarz winner. You got Justin Gibson in the final last year for Gen 3 Speed, Kelowna Chevrolet, Precision Concepts, Legacy Tire and Auto. Lordco, all helping out with the Y50 Fox Body Mustang. Next pair coming up, going to be Raj Lal out of Surrey, the 91 Honda Civic, going to face off against Rob Monroe Sr. Saw Rob Monroe Jr. running down the Lordco lane. Now it's Rob Monroe Sr.'s turn in that 31 Model A with the blown small block Chevy. Raj Lal, the turbocharged 2-liter Honda Civic, getting ready to roll up to the line in the TCS side of the racetrack, dialed in at 11 flat. 885 dial in for Rob Monroe Sr. Both racers pre-stage. Monroe Sr. going to have to wait on Raj Lal. And both racers waiting to bump in. Both in now. Rob Monroe in hot pursuit. Rob Monroe already getting around the Civic. No troubles for Rob Monroe Sr., who clicks it off early. 9:36 with a 608 miles an hour. A 004 light for Rob Monroe on a Pro Tree. That is getting after it.
Attention the pits, attention the pits. We need junior dragsters to the lanes, junior dragsters to the lane. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 6. Yes, you heard that right. Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 6.
So here comes Miguel Futino in the Chevy Vega, the big block Chevy Vega, up against Scott Kolodachuk, the 1991 Fox Body Mustang over the Lordco lane.
All right, correction on that. We're going to put Thunder in lane 5. Thunder, correct to lane 5. Thunder to lane 5, and then we're going to get Lightning into lane 6. So Thunder to lane 5, Lightning to lane 6.
Miguel Futino going 003 red. 1087 with a 1 on the 1060 dial. They were heads up at the tree as they both dialed 1060. 1062 with a 616 miles an hour for Scott Kolodachuk is your next pair. And well, it looks to be, well, almost the final pair. Is another car rolling underneath of the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Corey Craig out of Chilliwack, the Hayabusa for Black Lightning, and Spectrum Motorsports up against Joel Smith. Notice the difference of dial-ins. Smith going to leave way first, 1183, And the Suzuki's going to wait. And wait, and he is off. Unfortunately, Corey Craig going 0-14 red, and Joel Smith going to move on to round number 2 of competition, 11.85 with a 1. Move on in to what looks to be the final car in Real Street. So Ryan Laudret was supposed to face Trevor Kinsley. Looks like Ryan is going to get the competition single into round number 2 in the TCS side of the racetrack, dialed in at 11:59. So Ryan Laudret gets the win light. Well, he pretty much only had to turn on those top bulbs, and that was all he had to do. He's going to go on into round number 2. Is again the competition single is no time registered, but you did see the win light up there at the top end, so turned on both bulbs, and that was all it took for Ryan Laudret. Not going to get a time slip, but going to get the round win as he had the competition single. You see the replay there, the car kind of creeping through the beams, but again, getting the win light down there at the top end is, here comes one of our reruns. So Mike Lucas out of Fort St. John. NHRA top sportsman, Division 6 champion, getting ready to back up from the burnout. The rerun of Artex Racing Top Comp round number 1. So something going a little haywire and requiring these guys to come back up to the starting line for attempt number 2 at round number 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, no box, no box. We need you guys to lanes 1 through 4, no box. To lanes 1 through 4 for your first round of eliminations. So Mike Lucas in chase mode in the Camaro to the finish line, 740 in the 730 dial. Plenty of pad there for Mike Lucas as he was around Aaron Phillips, right around the 1,000-foot mark, and pretty much just had to coast his way through 159 miles an hour. 830 with a 454 miles an hour for Aaron Phillips as we're going to roll into Peden Industries Junior Street by the looks of things.
So the rest of the Top Comp Round 1 reruns will be done in just a little while once Jen Christensen gets suited up in the Pontiac and makes his way back to the staging lanes. So rolling into second round of Peden Industries Junior Street, Addison and James, the first pairing up, 1184 to a 1005. This is the quarterfinal round, setting themselves up for the semis. 5 cars remain in competition. James v. Addison, Jenna v. Richard, and Tyler with the bye into the final. Well, a pair of green lights, and one of them nothing to write home about. James currently chasing down Addison. Has almost half a second to work with on the tree, and he'll use that advantage to get himself the win. So James in the semifinal, Addison sent packing. That brings up Richard and Jenna for the next pairing. 1010 to a 1080. Pro Power Management, Computers and Fabrication with stitches by Shireen, represented in the 2016 Silverado. Meanwhile, the Blazer will be leaving first, and it goes red in the process. So put Richard into the semifinal round to face off against James. Oh, sorry, Richard into the semifinal to face off against Tyler. James with the bye into the final. And that leaves Ty getting the bye into the semifinals. The Jerry Zoe Tires Zapstar Racing Silverado dialed in at 1097 will get the single pass.
If you like watching these regular looking vehicles do some drag racing, head on down. You got some drift cars at the far end. You guys can take a ride. $40, all the money going to charity. Jump in a drift car, do a couple laps. You know, maybe wear it depends. You might get scared. And go on down. Hard Knox Stunts. Look for the Action Tire tent down there. Sign yourself up and go for a ride in a drift car, and we'll have more of that right till 8 o'clock tonight.
We'll roll now into the second round of Peter's Industries Junior Thunder. You can see on the big screen, National Tire Non-Electronics getting gridded on up in the staging lanes and ready to roll out for first round. But that comes first and foremost to the juniors. There you can see your Junior Thunder ladder ready to go. There was 19 cars rolling into the second round, so they're not even into the quarterfinals yet. It's a big class for Peter's Industries Junior Thunder. And it is going to be rolling all the way through towards that critical final round. One driver that gets into the semifinals is going to be finding his or her way into the final round on a bye. So Nash brings it up alongside Emily. And there we see Nash already off and away. And Emily goes red on the tree. So Emily is going to be out Nash into the second round. Third round. Sorry, getting ahead of myself now. Next pair up, you got Nate and Wesley. Wesley away on the green light. Nate in hot pursuit. About the tire. Chilliwack, Sea to Sky Outlaw, Lord Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. Jimmy Drags are trying to stay out in front of the Global Containers machine. Doesn't get it done. Nate into round number 3. So Nate to the next round. Bring up Bentley for Lucas Oil Auto Parts and Bubba Speed Shop along with Heatwave. The 2006 half-scale dragster down to 894. Race it against Adam for TK Performance and Lord Co Auto Parts. Both races away. Adam out in front, but lifting out, still gets there first. Adam moves on to the next round of eliminations. Will face off against Nate for round number 3. Hey, listen up, attention out there, attention everybody on the property. We are looking for a lost set of Chevy keys. That is a lost set of Chevrolet keys. If you happen to find them, please bring them up 2nd floor of the timing tower. Next pairing. Cadence brings it up for Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Shop, and Grandpa Joe. Dialed at 890. Heads up grudge match. Facing off against Aubrey for Judd and Black Appliances, Rev Up Energy Drinks, Stack Design Construction, Snohomish Country Excavating. Also dialed at 890 out of Marysville. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for no box. Non-electronics, this is your final call. Non-electronics, this is your final call to the lanes. Final call. Aubrey takes the win by just 1/1000th of a second to the 8th mile. So Aubrey moving on into the next round of competition. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Electronics. Rag Torque Systems Electronics, this is your standby call. Electronics, this is your standby call. Next up, Netanya and Ryder. Ryder goes red by 5 stinking thou. So Netanya in the left lane is going to be moving on to the next round of competition. moving swiftly on into Junior Lightning. Ready to rumble out for your second round. This is setting us up for the semifinals. Lexi, the first one up for Bowtie Ventures, dialed at 816. Racing Isabella for Titanium Autogroup. Quality Manufactured Homes, dialed at 790 out of Vernon. Green lights a pair. And a double breakout, but Lexi takes it. Only went 9 thou under the dial. Isabella was 200ths under. So Lexi to the semifinals. There you can see Josh getting prepped up in the right-hand side. Josh with the bye run this round with only 5 cars left in competition. He'll be facing off against Lexi to see who will get into the final round. Josh turns on the red light, goes 797 at 80 miles an hour, but the red light does not matter when you're in qualifying. That brings us up to the final pair, Sydney and Connor. And one of these drivers is going to buy their way into the final round. There will only be 3 cars left, so one of them with the free pass. So Connor and Sydney run down track, and Connor will move into the final round. He'll get the bye run for the semis. For all of the folks that are watching online on MRP Lordco TV, whether it be on YouTube or Facebook, we are going to be shutting down the stream momentarily. This is just to swap things over. We do have to abide by stream archive limits. So we'll be switching over and moving to a part 2. We'll be back up and running. I'd say within about a minute or so.